Hey Strikers, welcome back to Omega Strikers Amateur Season 3. Sorry, we're gonna redo that one. Welcome back to Osas, the logo, or third time's the charm. The acronym.
You know what?
I
Shut
don't
up,
know.
Yoshi. Yoshi, we're here for OSAS. Shut up.
Okay.
Omega
Sorry.
Strikers Amateur Series, probably something like that. If it's not, you get the idea. It's
You got it.
players who have not reached Challenger, battling it out in the tank, one might say. No, what type of tank? Don't worry about it. And we're going to be battling it out to qualify for the big one.
The big one. Tell me about the big one, Fudgy Waffles.
Oh, there's just a bit. These are all qualifier tournaments where the top four move on to play in the OSAS finale, which is in like a month, and almost like more than an entire month. And then so this is all leading up for something huge. So big double elimination tournament. Top four move on, and we're starting off with the Golden Horde versus Boba.
Boba. All right, I know who I want to win.
You're supposed to say what's Boba, and then I say their full name, which is Boba D's in your mouth.
Oh,
Boba D's nuts in your mouth.
What's
Boba
Horde?
Boba D the Golden Horde.
What's the golden
Nuts
nuts?
Yeah.
Man, that's a bit of a mouthful of a name.
Anyway, some familiar faces in here, and by that I mean there's Mama Anarchy, who I've seen in tournaments and
yeah, I've seen in tournaments. Hey, but their goalie, their name is Jiggle Supreme, and I'm so excited to watch them hold it down.
Yeah, Dubu player, so wouldn't be surprised to see a band. Might have to pull out the Luna goalie, or maybe an Atlas, probably the Atlas.
Hey, probably the Luna, I think.
Probably the Luna. You think it could be the Luna?
Might be the Luna.
You know, we don't know what's going on behind closed doors in the scrim rooms where these teams are grinding it out every day.
Every single day, every hour of every day.
Yeah, this is how you become the next NASL champions. You start here. You start in OSAS. Every team that's made the NASL started in OSAS. Fun fact. Fun fact that many people don't know.
A little known fact.
Now a very well known fact, too.
Yeah, actually incredibly well known fact.
Yeah, Mama Anarchy played in Westie MF Wednesday last night. Big tournament.
Right.
Some big teams in there.
And where do you think she started?
Games.
Right here. Omega Strikers Amateur Series. It's where everyone starts.
Yeah, brought to you by Sandwich City.
Brought to you by Sandwich City. Their ham is out of this world.
Kai Tempo might be on. It might be a sub. I'd recognize that name too. I think that, yeah, that's a good player. Well, so we have Aethy and Jiggle Supreme once again on the side.
Yes.
Of the Golden Horde. I know you're a big fan of Jiggle Supreme. Is Aethy the like 8th person?
That's what I was thinking. They have a Juno profile picture, and they play Juno. So I'm gonna say yes without any.
I heard it. I heard it. Yeah. No one with no production whispered in an ear and said yes right now. Like we just know. We just figured it out on our own.
The psychic link was formed.
And it's yes. The answer is yes. So I do
know. The answer
know
is yes.
Then.
Yeah.
There. That's cool. 8th is a rising caster in the scene as well.
And shout out to our casters, you know.
Shout out to our casters. Really carry the scene. Do everything.
And that's what I'm saying.
You know, the TOs, the production. Who?
They're all right.
They're okay. Like they help. They help the ones who matter shine. You know, and that's the casters.
And that's the casters. Can I get an amen?
Can I get an amen? Shout out to Sai, shout out to Brickbat, shout out to everyone. Shout out to Ashi, shout out to you know what? I'll even say it.
And I
I'll
almost
reluctantly
forgot.
say shout out to Borg, even though he's the caster. Alright, what are we saying?
And I almost forgot a devastation if I did. Yeah. Everyone say happy birthday Fudgy Waffles right now. Hey, happy birthday Fudgy Waffles. It's his birthday.
It's my birthday.
And he's casting. Hey, happy 36th.
It's my birthday.
You made it.
Well,
happy birthday.
It's 23rd, but
happy 84th. Hey, I'm proud of you. Hey,
That's
you're really
really
getting
not
up
that
there.
old. Like 23rd.
You're
Like
really,
I think I'm like
and
a
I'm proud
year
of you.
older than you. Like I'm a
And I'm proud of
year,
you for
maybe a bit
making it
more.
this far.
I know you. Wait, you look cleaned
And
up. I
here's
just
to
got out
another
of bed. I just
128.
got out of bed, Gramel. You're just lying. You're just this is not. I did not look cleaned up at all. I
And here
rolled out of
I'm.
bed. I slept for 14 hours last night after Westie MF Wednesday. I did not shave. Birthday mustache. What are you? What is going? What are any of you talking about?
Birthday mustache. Yeah, that's what
I am almost
I
2 years older. Okay, yeah,
and
almost.
I'm hoping for 45 more. Let's
I'm
go. Can I
hoping
get
for
an
at
amen?
least. I'm hoping for 2 more, and then we're chilling. Then it's over.
You're gonna
It's all
outlive us
over.
all, Fudgy Waffles.
Well, that's true. So I'm gonna merge with the sun to become one celestial being, and then
Yeah, and watch over us all as we fall to our own hubris.
yeah, we're waiting on one team join in soon.
Yeah, who will not be named?
Will
Bobady's
not
nuts.
be named. Bobady's nuts.
Oh, sorry, I had something in my mouth.
Yeah, was it Boba D's nuts
How'd you know?
in your mouth?
In my mouth.
We should have Team Fight Manager on in the interludes. That would be smart.
That would be smart. Coach Fudgy Waffles. Bust it down for him.
Yep.
Yep.
For sure.
Absolutely.
And they checked in. They better have checked in.
They better have checked in. Any checkers?
Or else.
Don't say or else.
You know,
Thank God
will
someone
say.
else did exclamation mark bracket, which means I don't have to do it myself. Oh well, hey, interesting. Looking at the bracket, we see a couple teams getting buys from round one, like Magical Meeps, Dog Pie Dre, who I think is new, unless they're. Oh no, I don't think we've seen Dogitos before.
No,
Yeah.
Dogitos, I know for sure is on a collegiate team.
Yeah.
But I probably
didn't they play a lot in beta? I recognize the name.
I don't. The name just sounds super familiar. Might
Yeah.
also be an Osas.
Hey, shout outs to
player, but
Dogitos.
I don't know. Shout out to Dogitos.
Yeah, the Glizzard. I bet.
Probably.
Probably. Anyway, everyone loves Dubu also getting a buy. Let me check that roster. Oh, I don't recognize any of those players, but they must just be like all high diamond, monsters.
Everyone loves which team?
Everyone loves Dubu.
J Cross sounds familiar.
J Cross does sound familiar, but not in the same way like Dogitos does, You feel?
Sure.
Yeah.
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 I can
And then
get that.
the fourth and final team to get a buy is Cursed Gaming.
Good
There's
news.
a lot of players
Everyone. Good news and bad news. I think Boba D's nuts might have just DQ'd. I mean, we'll see.
Hey, and we picked a banger to watch round one. And I'm excited to be here.
I'm also excited to be here. I'm glad
Jiggle
you're also
Supreme,
excited.
Yeah, Jiggle Supreme doing backflips. Hard-earned victory. I was really excited to see their play.
All right, but don't worry, because our next match, we're gonna. It looks like we're pivoting to a battle of the two largest organizations in the Omega Strikers scene: Seraphim Crimson versus Chikara Fire.
Whoa, battle of the ages. A battle of light and dark, you could say.
Which
one's
the evil one?
Go into any more detail.
I think we know which one the evil one is, but we also
we know which one the evil one is.
We all know which one the evil one is, but I'm not going to push that narrative. But
yeah,
if you know, you know. And I know Chikara Fire have a pretty sick logo.
That's what I'm saying.
Or so I've heard. I don't think they made it their start.gg profile, but that's okay.
I believe Tio Brick that shout out Tio Brick that set up the team for them because they were having StartGG issues. StartGG known phenomenal service.
That makes sense. They probably just didn't hit the accept button. Oh, new lobby.
New
Joining the
lobby.
new lobby.
We need to get out of this lobby.
I am in the new lobby, and we have everyone here. We have the Great Ostini, Rohan Sensei, and Nagastrike _ Twitch.television or
Yay!
TV versus
Oh.
Yugo, Master X Malachi or Malachi. I don't.
It's Malachi. Nobody.
I
I don't know why.
I thought it was
I don't know
Malachi,
why it's so hard to say, but it's because it's not. But
yeah,
hey.
and I love Dog Girls, so I'm actually super
I
excited
love
for
Dog
this match.
Girls!
To be honest, this is
Yes.
this is actually a really good match. I think this is.
I've all of these players. I haven't seen much from Yugo or Rohan Sensei, but considering the teammates they found themselves with, I think this is going to be a banger match.
I straight up recognize like everyone else in this game, so that's
exactly.
pretty sick. A lot of people were in a knowledge gap tournament before. Rohan Sensei, I has not very many games, but pretty high win rate, I guess. Apparently,
and looking good.
Looking
I'm
good.
glad
So
you're
the default
looking
profile picture.
Yeah, I'm glad you're looking up the players because God knows I'm not.
And Yugo has a lot more experience, a Luna goalie player. That's probably going to get banned out, to be honest. But I'm sure there might all be one trick. And in that case, it becomes a lot more difficult on who you want to ban. Because
you know how they do like chess puzzle, daily chess puzzles, where it's a you're given a board and asked to make a mate. We're gonna do that, but for team drafting. What do you do when the enemy team is 3-1 tricks and it's a Luna goalie, let's see, an Amy one trick, and then an Octavia one trick?
Well, you just I ban Octavia every day.
And congratulations,
go next.
You win.
It's just
guys. This is my soapbox. I'm here to talk about the Octavia the Octavia menace that no one else wants to talk about.
We're going to Night Market,
also known as.
But this is the marketplace of ideas, and today I'm trying to sell you this idea that we need to ban Octavia from competitive play.
Yeah,
together.
And actually, you have taken a great stance that I like. I'm here to talk about how I don't want to watch Night Market anymore. It's after watching Westy Wednesday, where every game was on Night Market except like 2 of them. No, I said Night Market is a disgusting, crazy map where everything goes and nothing is real. And we're banning Vice.
The Vice ban coming out, targeting Malachi, who plays a lot of Vice.
I like Vice ban on this map. I think this is one of Vice's better maps. I think
it is a Vice midfield, which is interesting. But they play Luna goalie too, so the damage would suck.
Oh, X-Lore.
Here's the Drakkar, and here's the Luna that we were expecting. Versus the more traditional Era X comp, which is
we're seeing an Era X on Night Market moment on a quick strike start, recently nerfed. I don't think it will change much. Gonna be real. We are just gonna be striking it out, ham style.
Yeah, the energy back to its original state is now just 1 energy, bonus energy per strike, which is still like pretty good. It is half as effective in a way. I think the 2 energy made it ridiculous. Now it might be a little bit just reasonable, but I'm really interested to see how teams and myself really as I play with it get used to the lower strike cooldown reduction, because that does just feel different and you have to learn a new timing. It's already a bit hard to learn the actual timing on quick strikes, although hey, just spam left click, especially if you're playing X.
Oh yeah.
But it's also it's kind of a nerf to X in a way. So see how much less damage gets out because of this quick strikes change. But it hasn't mattered so far for Malachi, who's taking both barriers.
Right, we see the Great Ostini just kind of tangoing with I Love Dargos the entire time. Now suffering horrible, grievous injuries as Master Malachi just flips it right in. Hey, energy might have gotten nerfed, but still farming off 1 energy per strike, getting that core flip, putting it in top corner. Got him.
Yeah, striking more just gives you more energy already. So also getting
Right.
bonus energy is pretty dang nice. I was going to talk about how I Love Dog Girls took Siphoning Wand versus Rohan's Slick Kicks, and you'd think Slick Kicks is just so strong with Quick Strikes that it'd be more powerful, but this extra damage with this more damaging comp with the Luna might prove to be pretty good, as Ostini's taking a lot of damage. He's able to heal like all of it back. Something else that's been buffed somewhat recently is that Vicious Vambrace, which now gives you more healing when you hit the core. Than
which
before,
is crazy, but it doesn't look like it was enough.
It was not enough, but the strike barely whiffs, bounces off like the goal barrier, the goal like walls, the goal gates even, and causes the barrier to be lost in the end, or even though it didn't cause it back then. That was the line I was talking about, but Yugo does not have dash currently, did use it to get that last barrier, so isn't going to be able to capitalize on the back position, but let's see if the fudgy angles hit. It is not. Instead, it's going to go past the Yugo, past the Dog Girls. Is moving up. The Malachi hits it right around. And Naga Strike's not going to make it back in time, and that's going to be a second goal for Malachi and crew.
Yeah, wowee. I was going to talk about how a Naga Strike, who I believe was a Rune goalie player, was really holding it down there, and just very close getting it. Unfortunate timing for me to have that thought. My bad. But I think Naga Strike and Rohan Sensei are doing really nicely on the defense, but for the other team, oh my god, it seems like Yugo just doesn't have to do much. Kind of sitting back and letting Malachi and I Love Dog Girls, really I Love Dog Girls, just holding it down this midfield, letting the two forwards.
Hey, they do like Dog Girls.
And hey, that's awesome.
It's a bit of a VTuber fan, bit of a dead fan of probably Mori Calliope, because he's no longer on this world as the great Ostini is able to score that one.
Good joke. You're going to prison.
Yeah.
You can't, stop talking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And hey, maybe Chikara Fire can bring this back right here. Catching a little bit of momentum. Getting ready to fly.
It was a good comeback. I think they got a really important critical KO, but they just lost both barriers instantly. The Tofu Fortress not being enough, but the great Ostini finds a kill right after. Yugo with the great pass off the boost to Malachi to hit that in. The third goal and final goal of the first set.
Yeah, Yugo sitting there saying, "You go, no, I go." Flying in there and helping with the offensive. I know, hey.
Deadeye.
And guess who ordered with Deadeye? Newly buffed Deadeye. Smile.
Yeah, they did nerf Luna, which I was like, on my birthday, you're nerfing Luna?
Nerfing Luna on my birthday. And yeah, but hey, with every patch, even if Luna gets kneecapped directly, got a Luna buff. What happened? Where did you go?
All right. Okay, so I was thinking, dang, Egoist with Quick Strikes, even with the nerf, is really good. So I wonder if that's going to get on someone. And then but I was like, but now Era has to pick between Stacks and Egoist with Quick Strikes. That's such a hard choice. I'd probably just go with the Stacks, though. And then Rohan Sensei with the power of 1,000 suns.
With the power of the sun in the palm of his hand, picks aerials. Newly nerfed aerials, Smile.
The newly nerfed aerials, but oh my, I feel so bad because I was saying they just completely demolished that point. I know I hate saying clinical, but I'll say it was clinical. They just destroyed both barriers and scored. Had no pressure on them. It was just they just played it right, and they just won. They did everything correctly.
Clinic put on.
Clinic put on.
Yeah, playing really well. I'm still thinking about aerials. It's not a bad pickup, but
yeah, it's not bad. It's just
Stacks is epic.
Yeah, Stacks is epic. If you're worried about getting KO'd though, then I can see taking
the newly buffed Egoist. Newly buffed Egoist.
Newly buffed Egoist.
You want more energy refund on your everything? On your everything you do? You get like a full energy meter back from using Core Flip, right? 25? An entire evade? Chat, is that real?
Yeah, it is real. I mean, you have to evade a lot. Cool. You have some evading. Look at like Luna ult's going to be making you evade. X is going to be making you evade, especially if the perfect form. You just have to evade it. You can't, even if you can tank it, you just shouldn't, because, oh wow, really great redirect off the dash from Malachi. And now out of Dogger's going to support and getting the core in front, and then Malachi's able to just stuff it in through the flip. Great plays all around.
Yeah. Just hard. Quick strikes X, ripping ult, and mashing that left click on top of you is super hard to deal with. You gotta get in between his timing. And that's so hard. Again, especially with quick strike. Just hitting buttons more often. Timing is way tighter.
Insane interaction there. Insane interaction. So Great Ostini, also goodbye Great Ostini.
Bye-bye.
Does the flip and wants to dash into the flipped core, but Yugo throws down the ult. Throws down the big ult,
yeah,
the big
throws
crater.
It back.
And then because of that,
maker.
the dash takes you out of your elusive. Using the ability takes you out of your elusive when you are after you use flip. So instead, Ostini is the one who ends up getting hit by that. And look at that, just strike war, strike war, strike war. It's in. It's just we keeping it in the corner as they should. Really good stuff. Keep that in the corner, and then they score eventually. But get stunned by the crater because of the dash, which makes it so that they don't hit the flip. And then it's just kind of stuck there, and they don't get anything out of it. But now we have Cast the Last, Quick Strikes, Perfect Form X. That sounds pretty fun.
That's pretty tough. And I think my least favorite part about getting first pick on X is that you want, like, most of these. Cast the Last is great. Knife's Edge, Fight or Flight. 2 New Awakenings also really good, especially on this map. Tempo Swing is up. BD for size, although... Oh, no, that is not the X with size. But hey... oh, no, that is. My bad. Yeah. And but, like, Cast the Last is just the best one there. Did get nerfed. Rightfully so. That Awakening is...
I got it mixed up, yeah.
Oh, hey, it's all good. I also got it mixed up in a different way, so I'm glad we're both really good at what we do.
Yeah. Omega Strikers. All right. Oh, look at that.
Omega Strikers.
Super Surgeon through. Super Surge. Super underrated Awakening on X. And look at that.
Real.
Plus, hey, just look at all that.
Listen
to some of that. Oh, Yugo. I mean.
Yeah.
Yugo Gaming.
Yugo Gaming
has the Deadeye.
Dash.
Might have had the Knife's Edge. I don't think it's close enough. I know.
I don't
get
think
it
so.
in your own goal box. Like kinda. But just able to get the KO and the score. Quick Strikes is so nice on Luna goalie because you get so many more strikes per dash when you go in to make an defensive play. And wow, that barely misses the core, but there's a lot of damage to Rohan either way. So Rohan's got to deal with that. But the flip on the goal line is able to get 1 barrier. Could be 2, but no, Naga Strike's able to hold. I love Dog Girls though, building up something, but the missile prop is going to do so much damage. I love Dog Girls. So now it's Rohan Sensei with low stagger as well, trying to defend. And all the pressure. Yugo throws out a great crater there, forces it to flip. It's going to force a lot of damage coming too, and then great strike war by Malachi. Gets that one through, and now once again, Yugo just keeping the pressure up. I love Dog Girls and Yugo able to control this midfield. If it gets close, it gets a little scary, especially if this flip, but Malachi gets another KO. Is moving up now. Doesn't get the strike war win there, but the flip is baited out. And almost gets the read, but now Yugo gets the KO. It's a 3v1 versus this goalie. Yugo's not going back, but it's looking a little scary, but it's not going to matter. The crater comes through. Another flip trying to get another KO. Almost dying off of spawn, Rohan Sensei. But it's still working out pretty well. They're going to have to find some other way out, but Yugo has flip, is walking up. It's going to opt to stay back, not get too greedy, which is good. But, quick strikes, though. Quick Strikes X, just kind of making it so hard for Naga. You're just stunned for like half of the time. You kind of have to like find a way to evade strike, but just doesn't work out. And instead, Malachi getting another goal. Just so much pressure from this X.
Yeah, hey, I want to say Naga Strike went absolutely Thanos mode that last point, holding it down, often 1v3 that entire time. He's playing really well. I think Chikara Fire is really struggling with just any sort of offense right here. I've been seeing a lot of Great Ostini sitting on the midfield line, and when the ball gets pushed up, they're not there. See, like, they're going to fight Master X Malachi right now, and then Rohan Sensei is left to try and get the barrier.
Ooh.
Oh!
Tried to swag out, but Naga Strike is too good. Holds it down. but they're just so low on energy. And oh, Yugo comes
my
in, has the
God.
quick strikes. Has the quick strikes is so annoying to deal with. Even though you get the stun, it's the strike war after that you have to win. But it's Yugo who comes up on top, is really able to, with the help of the forward duo, really keeping the core up, is able to have a really big effect on this game. And Yugo was like the question mark for their team, who I wasn't really sure much about, but clearly he's very comfortable on that Luna goalie. Played it very well, and just good stuff from that team all around. Pretty clean victory, only letting 1 goal in. It's a 9-1 game. Seraphim Crimson, that's one for the good guys.
That's not what I was thinking at all. Anyway, I'm a Chikara fan. Don't let this Fudgy Waffles guy convince you that of anything else. But unfortunately, Chikara Fire will be falling to Seraphim Crimson. Yeah, I think Yugo was just the all-star on the team, able to sit back, watch the forwards, just get it all done, and then jump in right at key moments and make such an impact. I mean, like, watching these replays, most of them are just like, hey, Yugo jumps in and pops off. And yeah, I think Chikara Fire just really had a lot of trouble getting it forward. I think, and you know, maybe I'm chatting it up big time, but I think if the Great Ostini walked up, you know, started camping out inside the enemy goal box and just oking Yugo until the end of time, they would have had a pretty good shot, because what does Luna do? Like die. Luna dies. The perfect form X will be doing a lot of damage, you know? But again, that's just my crack pipe thought. Waffles, what is your crack pipe thought today?
I'm not into that like you are. Like, I'm
Happy birthday, Fudgy Waffles.
Yeah, but anyway, got my 3 invites in a row to this one game, and here we go. Dogitos, we were talking about them earlier.
Oh, they're here
in this next game. I believe this one is. I'm scrolling through, trying to remember which game this is. Oh, Frying Pan Man, by the way. Shout out to Frying Pan Man.
Shout out to Frying Pan Man,
who I've seen in my quick plays before, like a bunch of times.
That's awesome. This is Dogpie Dre, who got a bye earlier. This will be their first game playing, versus Seraphim Oxblood, which is an insane name.
Yeah, I love that name.
Yeah, that goes
Man.
That goes crazy. That's something I would see mounted in like a what's the place called? Like Texas Steakhouse.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they got Seraphim Oxblood as a decoration there, and I think that goes hard.
Yeah, the back 40. Soggy Iguana, also on the team of Seraphim Oxblood.
Also a name I recognize.
I just like the name. I don't know. Maybe I've shared it. It's hard for me to remember. I don't know. I'm gonna look them up. So I'm interested to see what person named Soggy Iguana enjoys. And the answer is Rasmus. A lot of Rasmus games.
And not bad. We love a good Rasmus play. Rasmus has been in a bizarre spot, or just been on a bit of a roller coaster. At launch, everyone thought he was hot dog garbage, but a lot of people were trying to make the Rasmus midfield work. Then Rasmus forward took off, and then everyone said this is the best character in the game. Now he's kind of settled into coming off the back of people thinking he was bad and like a solo queue warrior pick, because you can kind of 1v9 on Rasmus. And he seems to be on the come up more, but just in a weird spot. Fudgy Waffles, do you think Rasmus is a good pick? No. I need your opinion. No?
I
okay.
don't, but a lot of people do, and it's getting even more like it keeps going through like. I think it goes through little drifts of like, oh, it's really good. Oh, it's like, I think if you have one size awakening start, then Rasmus is viable. I think otherwise it just isn't. I think you just don't have like you have more core control, but you just don't have the same. As a forward, at least as a brawler, you don't have the same. Just general scoring and brawling that other brawlers do. You don't have the KO potential unless other people are doing damage for you. In the midfield, you just don't have. You have a lot of core. You have more scoring than other midfielders, but just like overall, not as many tools that help you navigate the midfield as much. So it's just a weird sort of pick where it ends up being almost best goalie in some scenarios because you get to start with size no matter what. That's powerhouse Baldrins. But if that was Ime's app gone, rest in peace, my favorite map, then
rest in peace.
The pick's just in a weird spot. But people are liking it, especially as forward on Oni Village. So if we see that come up, you never know. Maybe that'll be back. But, oh, there's bands coming through. Oh, looks, we already have our map, actually. We're going to Oni Village.
We're going to Oni Village.
Oh, maybe you said that already. I think you said that.
No, I thought that's why you said. I didn't say that at all.
I just checked. But we see,
Yeah, I was watching
Zone banned.
Yeah, thank God.
Shout out to Seraphim for banning Night Market. This is...
Yeah, round of applause. My hero. Well, I don't know if...
Well, I don't know. Actually, no. Oni's okay. I'm fine with it because we just had a Night Market game. If it was the only last game, I'd be fine with Night Market. But I'm excited for Oni.
Yeah, I think Erasmus is one of the better forwards on Oni Village as a brawler pick because his only stuffing tool is like strike into pendulum swing. But if you can position well around that and play for that to get barriers, it works out really well. And then you have a lot of core control to get around the vast expanse that is Oni Village. But then there are characters like Juliet and Asher who just can stuff for free. But you have to play around it. It's interesting. I'm very excited to see what comes out, and if we do see Erasmus, excited to see what they can put up. Also, I believe that is Doggitos on the name off Amy.
And which makes a lot of sense. I'm pretty sure Doggitos.
Oh, we're not seeing the Rasmus. My bad.
Yeah, there it goes.
I hope you guys enjoyed the Rasmus prelude. We will now be pivoting to something completely different. We're looking at Julia Stell, which is a comp that I really like on this map. Now goalie is a pick that I am not a fan of.
That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah.
You think Popipo is a reference to like the song? It's like Popipo. That's got to be it. That's got to be it.
As a matter of fact, I don't think so. But
you know what I'm talking about, though, right?
No.
I bet it is. I bet it is, and I'm right, and you're wrong, and you're stupid. But Stagger Swagger start, everyone.
Yeah, I agree with all of those. Yeah, Stagger Swagger in. We see Seraphim Oxblood running a Juno Asher, which is a comp on this map I really like. I don't know if I like it more than Julia Stell, but then they have a Kai goalie, and Dog Pedre has a Now goalie, and I think you can tell how I feel about these goalie picks. Smile.
Yeah, I generally, just because of the Now goalie pick, I prefer the Juno Asher comp. Kai. The Kai has the eject button too, so Prime Pin Man can make use of that. That could be really good, but hey. Sometimes Pummeler's Julie just KOs you.
Yeah, KO them.
Goal. And that Stagger Swagger ain't gonna help.
It does not stop when you're not staggered. It does not help.
Oh,
but hey. Hate to be that guy to just like harp on something the entire game, but bad news. We have a whole game ahead of us, and that was a Now goalie moment.
It was a bit of a Now goalie moment, but a dash punch is pretty strong. That kind of gets through Kai if you don't have tools or can evade threat consistently, which is a very hard skill to master. And there you go, another 1v1. Ultra Drake just gets the dub there. Doesn't need slick kicks, has some extra speed from that Stagger Swagger, I guess, anyway. And
yeah,
able to break through.
Hey, now we're sitting at 10% speed on that, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, I think
okay.
up top, fellas. I think Dog Pedre's win condition is just win immediately with their better forward comp. And Seraphim Oxblood just kind of has
Oh, there we go. Hits the evade that time. Is able to break through, and there we go. That's a score, and that's
Yep.
you don't. It's just no. You just don't have defensive tools as this character as now. Really do that much about the pressure being put on you from an Asher, especially. You're really relying on the ability to speed up your teammates so that they can just get barriers faster, which has been working to an extent. But you just like look at that, like uses both cooldowns there, so has nothing right now, but it's been able to defend so far. Really good strike there. I thought it was a pretty good timing to go for from the Lice, but not enough. I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly too, so sorry if that's true. If anyone knows pronunciation, please let me know. But Lali,
Right,
I'm going to be saying it differently every time probably in the meantime.
I like that. It looks French, and that's outside my wheelhouse, you know, so
Oh.
that'll be going in.
Maybe the stun didn't matter, but either way, good heads up play from Ultra Dre to go for that stun to cause it to go in and gets MVP for the good performance that round. It's going to have some great options here. There's 1-2 punch if you want to really continue going for that KO build. On this map, though, you can probably argue for some other options, but I wouldn't be surprised to just see it come out. But Big Fish makes sense.
Big Fish. Yeah, help a little bit extra size, help for striking the ball. The Pummelers siding is enough. We see Twin Drive coming out from the now, getting double orbs.
And this is also real? Is that 1-2 punch has to be taken by Estelle here, pretty much, because you can't be letting Juno have that. And by not taking 1-2 punch, you're forcing them to take it. Not to say that I think 1-2... Wait, no, you should have just taken 1-2 punch because you just... Anyway, all right, I think you probably should have taken 1-2 punch because someone did deny it, but it's not that bad on the Estelle either by any means. I think 1-2 punch is crazy on all characters. Now does more, redirects the core more than Hot Shot, or it hits the core harder. So you will be hitting the core harder
speed
than with Hot Shot, which is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, but hey, a Hot Shot comes with the benefit of CDR. Make of that what you will. But
1-2 punch has the benefit of dealing big damage. Good cover. That's the Big Fish coming in, though. Dre's able to cover more angles there. And, PP Bo with the dash forward. It's just the ultimate. I don't know what any of the building names are, even though I'm already pretty bad at that. But Ultra Dre flipping the punch. Get that in there.
Yeah, punching it in. And, yeah, I think Dog Dre's forwards are looking incredibly strong right here. It feels like they're on a timer. And if Seraphim Oxblood has enough chances, they will just break through the now and score. But if they keep getting blitzed like this, it's gonna be tough.
I mean, now is, I guess it seems weird because instead of damage you're healing, but you're still also dealing damage. It is a bit like the Luna goalie where you're trading defensive pressure for offensive pressure or defensive capabilities, and it's really working out. They're getting the barriers instantly, which means that the speed ups and primaries moving forward are helping a lot. The ults have been, although the ult cooldown's like pretty long, it's been able to come through often enough to, like here we go. Here, let's see what happens. Oh, doesn't matter. Right doesn't even matter. Ultra Dre, just I guess is helped out somewhat slightly by the ult. Has some pressure, has more space being taken, but it's just able to dash punch through them. It just doesn't. It feels like it doesn't matter even if they lose the barriers, they're just losing these points so quickly. Like not even reaching overtime to help out that Juno either. It's just points are being lost too quickly.
Yeah, here we see a double-sized Julie coming out. That's really threatening. Like, wowie. Perfect form on Asher. I've talked about it before on cast, but I'm a big fan of that. You drop the Asher ult, get all your cooldowns back. It's really good. Primetime falling all the way to Estelle, who was hovering it from the beginning. This is a big pickup. And Manu on Po, which I think like drastically buffs Now's kit here and defensive capabilities. So really good draft for Dog Dre here.
And it's worth pointing out, they just buffed Now. They just buffed Now to the primary isn't paper anymore. It used to be do like pretty much nothing, but a good play didn't really matter that round. Instead, this time, 22nd round going into favor of Seraphim Oxblood. Instead, playing that one well, immediately gained the barriers. Like, really, winning kickoff has been super important in this game. Whichever side the core goes to first tends to lose both barriers in that one. I think it's just the tendency, is that it's just no team's been able to break through the midfield very well, very often at least, in a very significant way. Like, there you go. Every time the core gets through, that's one other thing being taken. And great strike war against the barrage. Is able to hit that one in, hits the right angle on it too, where Kai is just not in position to receive it in time. But does have Chrono Boost cast the last eject button. So Frying Pan Man, that's a pretty good, should be able to take over this game if given the opportunity, but just isn't. As once again, instantly, both gold barriers are gone, which just makes it so much harder to play because now you have both. Oh, that's what I would say. They didn't immediately trade them both back. But now Sonic has to play further back, but there's a dash punch.
Man.
Double size pummeler is able to break that one out. And that's why we're going to go for a triple play. Forwards in the net, but are able to hold so far. The Juno's going to be a little bit hard to play against, but here's the flip. They're able to get it through. But look at that! The giant now primary, the drone, strikes. One might say the core hit. the chills. And
yeah, that's absolutely bone chilling.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's that's a big core flip. Hey, taking the winning kickoff to heart, and really on this map that favors defensive goalies quite a bit. You know, those melee goalies. We see two ranged goalies, and we just see barriers being dropped left and right. But we're looking at match point. Ultra Dre setting up the score.
Ooh.
And is able to catch the clear from Frying Pan Man and put it in, making for a clean 3-set sweep from Dog P. Dre here.
That's fast H. That is actually the fastest Only Village game I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. Hey, they don't. I guess when you run two ranged goalies, you can get, and you're not just like watching the Atlas Cold War for 30 minutes. You can get a quick Oni game. Yeah, what an interesting game.
Yeah, dang, that way.
Hey.
Hey.
Wowie.
Wowie indeed. Well, Seraphim won one on stream today, but you know, nice try. There were signs of life. They were getting barriers, just weren't able to convert on the goals very often. And there wasn't as much offensive pressure coming from Frying Pan Man as there was from Popipo, so that kind of made the difference because both goalies weren't really able to hold barriers super well. So it really came down to like which goalie could do more outside of that, outside of both forwards also having a ton of pressure. And Estelle maybe being a little bit better at holding the core forward, but it is pretty hard to tell because that's also a goalie duty, and it was pretty just close. I think it is just a 3v3 like kind of gap when the game goes that one-sided, but it's like again, there was definitely solid stuff coming out from both teams. So hey, good luck to both of them. The rest of this one.
Yeah, if you navigate yourself to the bracket, ! bracket, take a peek. Teams that we've seen today that have lost and get to go on their losers bracket run and sweep. You see like Chikara Fire is going against Minecraft Grass Block.
Who's on Minecraft Grass Block?
That's a great question. Aura, Ghost, Incredisnail, and as a sub, Aquatic.
Hey, I like Incredisnail. I like that name.
I like Incredisnail a lot. I hope that's our goalie. Anyway, and the winner of that gets to fight Seraphim Oxblood, so... Wow. Really a convergence of players. An all-star crossover.
True lore.
True lore. Very excited to see the next game. Hey, I'll do a little bit introspecting or reflection. Those were two really good matches that we watched. I quite enjoyed both of them.
It did both end before 20 minutes had passed, I think.
That's true, but that's not why I enjoyed them. I mean, hey, and
There
it's
was
great.
good plays happening.
Yeah.
There were definitely a lot of good plays. It didn't feel. I didn't like. It's really interesting because like you see like OSAS, there's a limit on what your rank can be to join the tournament, but there's still a gap between the top teams and the lower team that's very visible. It can be seen through how they play and through their understanding of the game, and it shows the depth of this game and how many levels there are to it. It's interesting. And guess who won an Africa TV Amazon gift card? God,
Whoa.
it was me. It was
You did?
me. Oh
Wait,
yeah,
really?
top 10, top 10.
Oh, that's
Let's
awesome. Hey,
go.
happy birthday.
Hey, big day for me. Big birthday day for me.
Big
50
birthday day.
bucks going into Amazon. Maybe I'll buy a better webcam.
Your webcam's
knows?
fine. What do you...
Yeah, maybe. It
No,
looks all right.
Looks all right. Buy a new wallpaper for your ceiling.
Yeah.
So you're
no,
not
it looks
taking
great. I'm in
flight.
the sky. I'm taking flight. I'm like Luna.
And like you're like Luna.
I just want to be like Luna every day. That's my goal.
Yeah.
So I get a jetpack. And I can
That
fly.
Sounds dangerous.
Yep.
Okay. You sure? All
Yep.
right. That's yep. Okay. That's. Hey, and good luck to you. I hope all your dreams come true.
Yep.
Yep.
Interesting game we're waiting on right now is Seraphim Crimson versus Chikara Chatters. Going through the Chikara Gauntlet after we saw them beat Chikara Fire, beating not to be confused with Chikara Chatting, which was
different
is an NASL team that I believe is not was completely breaking apart. But I believe AP Buggy League of Legends, Appa Bug, will be holding the name with a new roster coming into the next relegation matches, if I am correct. I could be completely wrong, so don't hold me to that. But
I believe you are correct. I believe they're sitting on the name and going into the relegation and promotion best of threes, or sitting there. So things are looking good. But in the meantime, Chikara Chatters, a separate team, and I looked on the Chikara family tree, and Chikara Chatters isn't even like a sub branch of Chatting.
They're just. I didn't know there's lore. Can you send me that? Can you send me whatever you're talking about right now?
Yeah.
No
I gotta, I gotta roll up the sleeves and get into the weeds of it. Dive deep into the OSAS chat. Oh, and I found it. Let me just copy this image and put it somewhere it's easy for you to see.
Yeah, also Chikara Chatters is a really strong team. They have J-Dog, who we saw yesterday, and
Westy Wednesday
make a really good run. Took a game off the Goats, but also I don't know who's playing because they got 5 people on the roster. TF2 Nub is someone who was an OSAS. I believe played a lot of OSAS last season too. Mandrake super familiar. Not too. Maybe I know Bagel Man. I'm not sure who the other
Bagel
two
Man is
are.
Chikara Bagel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That totally. What is this? What is this branch? How does this happen? What does this even mean?
Yeah, Chikara Chatters are the nephew to Chatting. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, but how does this make any sense?
I don't know.
What does this mean? Which one? How does one branch off from one? What happened?
I don't know.
What happened to make it branch off?
Well, there's Chikara Ice under Chikara Chatting. Snowball, if famed like the 4th or 5th favorite child of Appa Bug of Chikara Chatting.
Sure.
Coaches Snowball, who is on Chikara Ice. So that checks out and makes sense.
I didn't even know there was a Chikara Cheetos.
Were they in OSAS week 6 of season 2? I don't know, but
Hey.
I think they were. I think they were around last. Yeah, they were around last week. I
Just
I
even
think they
have
might be
all of
new.
them. There's just like so many more now too. There's so many on this one, and there's just more.
Right. This was from a few weeks ago.
Like
So
Chikara Chads aren't on here. Chikara Pandas aren't on here.
Chikara Pandas. I didn't
The
hear about
Chikara
them.
Clinkers lost round one. That's crazy. Are they?
No.
It's a new team. There's one true unit. Yeah, no, that's.
And now they
Dang.
have to go against Chikarmi. Oh.
Whoa, Chikarmi. Shit. Oh my God, team kill going on.
Yeah, team kill.
This is round
Yeah,
two.
things so rough in the Chikara mines for week 2. I'm hoping to see some Chikara teams qualify this week.
Well, I'm really happy though. Shout out to Chikara for existing and kind of giving
Real.
like, 'cause it's really when you're a part of a team, it's just you have so much more incentive to play in more tournaments, and being a place where it sounds like that, like it feels like people can go at any level of play to make teams that will stick together for more than one tournament is like so huge. I don't know
Yeah.
how they do it or how that works at all, but shout out to them for getting this many teams signed up for tournaments and stuff. That's really cool. A lot of people playing Osas this week. So also really, really cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Shout out to Chikara for just being a great place for players to show up, get a team, get better, etc. Shout out to Osas for also being a great place for people to show up, make a team, get better. The sun shines brightly on a happy universe today. Happy birthday, Fudgy Waffles. Happy Osas
Wow.
Day.
Happy Osas. This is my birthday party. Everyone here is invited.
Yay.
This is it. This is as good as it gets.
Yeah. Also shout out to Seraphim, who is like Chikara but different and new.
Yeah, they don't
and
secretly have our Shadow Cabal that has control and over all aspects of the OS community, including balancing. And
They do have a tournament series.
They do. Seraphim does have a tournament series, which is also really cool. I know they usually play like early on Saturdays. Probably sign up for that too. I think it's
Wake up bright and
another
early.
lower ELO. I think it's an ELO limited tournament. So
Yeah, I believe capped at Challenger, so Omega and Pro League players not allowed. Vanquish from the mines.
hey, I'm so happy. And no, shout out to Ababo for Westy Wednesday, because I'm really glad to have a weekly I get to play in. Because I don't always have that.
I agree. I said it behind closed doors because I'm an evil man. I'm secretly a terrible person. But we saw a lot of Octavia play in Westy Wednesday yesterday, and it made me grievously upset. And I thought Westy Wednesday yesterday made me sad. But Westy Wednesday 2 was one of my favorite tournaments ever. That one went super hard, and I'm excited for more Westy Wednesday. So shout out to Appa Bug.
Yeah.
Westy Wednesday goes super hard, and yeah, weeklies. It's interesting. Weeklies weren't here around launch, and then Vaudable rose and saved us all by running Primetime Tuesday. And then Big Fish Friday also started. And then Starcade has been going on, OSAS. And then we had too many weeklies. And I'm surprised people didn't get burnt out. But then as weeklies, they once again started disappearing as people got busy and other things started happening. But that's when Westy Wednesday comes back, rises, and saves us all. And it feels like weeklies are coming back, and I'm excited. And just getting together, showing up, playing in a tournament is awesome. And so shout out to all of our weekly tournament organizers and all of our Omega Strikers tournament organizers. You get another shout out.
And they deserve it.
They
It's crazy. It's crazy that we have this many tournaments. It's crazy that for this game, there's so many people that love this game enough that we're able to make these things happen, and that this many people enter every week. This is hard. This is not easy. This is not easy to be able to keep up this consistency, and it's not like even like obviously the TOs are like doing all the work and getting it all done, but like the fact that this many people are joining these tournaments is like it means like so much. Like it makes It keeps me
It's
motivated to
beautiful.
play the game. It keeps everyone. It's just like seeing this many people like love the game as much as I do. It's awesome. It's sick,
It's awesome.
and it brings a tear to my soul sometimes. Even makes
Yeah,
me
I'm
happy.
I'm bearing witness to his weeping soul right now.
Yeah, you can see it through my eyes, through
Yeah,
my
through your the
160p
windows
webcam.
the windows to your soul are definitely weeping. And also, hey, shout out to Ratman Rob for being one of the first of all making banger YouTube videos, just like as a separate shout out. And everyone
Yeah,
should go subscribe to him right now. But making great like YouTube videos about competitive Omega Strikers, like NASL stuff. No one does that. Like
no one
I don't
does
know of
that.
anyone else who has done that. So, hey, big shout out. That is awesome. And then separate shout out for just making good videos. Like I would shout you out if you made NASL videos that I hated, but you make NASL videos that are good that I like. So it's even better. So shouts out.
Yeah, unsilenced do boom. It's okay. Hey.
No,
Unsilenced do boom
that's
right
hater talk
now.
in our
Nah, it's okay.
happy birthday fudgy waffles. Shout out Bonanza. And while I love hater speak,
No, it's okay to
we're
hate on
we're
Ratman Rob until the GOAT's esports videos is created. This is where I draw the line. I will pay for that. About Teamfight Manager, I don't own the game. Saya wants us to play Teamfight Manager, but only
Oh
Josh Gramella Styles owns the game,
yeah.
so we can't run it
Romello Omega
in the
Strikers
meantime.
doesn't
Probably
have.
figure something out. We could. What if me and Yoshi 1v1 like right now? Because now you can end the
That
game
sounds.
whenever,
That's true, and that sounds. Well, no, he can't.
and we
He's a
can do it on
spectator.
West.
Yeah, that sounds like a terrible, terrible idea, but I am down.
How do you end the
put it-
game?
You have to be one of the players. You can't
Okay,
end
we
if you're a
end the game?
spectator.
You have to
No,
be-
we don't. We don't own the lobby.
What if I own the lobby?
Well, then you could end the game.
Or what if you own the lobby? Because I don't know how to end the game.
I don't know how to end the game either, but yeah,
You can do it
could
as
end the lobby.
spectator, can't you? Because I've seen.
No.
Oh, someone else just did it. Okay. Well, how much time?
Yeah.
This should be over soon anyway, probably. Unless this is Seraphim Crimson versus Chikara Chatter's game.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
what
it
it
looks
is.
like Chikara
is-
Chatter's just won. Yep.
Oh,
Very
hey,
good.
we don't have to 1v1.
It would have been awesome.
It would have been awesome. No, what it is spectators can't hit escape and open their settings menu, which
That
is
makes
where
sense.
which is where the
I was just
eject
confused
button
because a
haha,
few
is.
games games got like instantly reset, and I just realized this. Well, I'm trying to figure this out because last night I thought someone else was the host and it wasn't Appabug. The games were reset.
Gilius was the host, and he reset it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Reset it. I see.
So
Well, that
So,
makes
yep.
more sense. Now I know. Now we know. But it was Chikara Chatters that were able to take it over Seraphim Crimson once again. Chikara Chatters, I'm very interested to see who their starting lineup is going to be, but J-Dog was proven to be quite the force once again yesterday at Westie MF Wednesday. Mandrake, if it's Mandrake TF2 Noob, that's probably a really good team. TF2 Noob is a known player in the Osas scene. I don't remember if it was the same team or a different team they played on before, but I've definitely seen this name around. As a few picks, Rasmus Aimi Zentaro. Probably more Rasmus Aimi than the others. Might be a bit... That might be like midfield too. It's just hard to tell because I know J-Dog was playing forward yesterday. I was playing a lot of Asher. I don't even remember. It's all a blur. Wednesday was a blur, but it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. He did play Asher.
Would be so awesome. Yeah, I'm excited for this next match. Like you said, J-Dog went on a tear yesterday on Westie Wednesday. But I'm excited to see what everyone loves Dubu can put up. Because they're players that I don't think I've ever seen play, but were seeded really high. So they gotta be pushing something. and I'm hyped. I'm excited. Anything is possible. Could be epic.
Oh, birthday clips being played.
Birthday clip. Happy birthday clip.
Yo.
Hey, Fajiwafu-san, my birthday tomorrow. 明日僕の誕生日。ファジワフさん、Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out Fika Freya.
Yeah. The closer to overseas Omega Striker streaming.
Wait, you can do
Really the
shoutouts?
savior. Yeah, I have mod. I have mod.
Oh, Fudgy Waffles.
So I can give shoutouts.
Fudgy Waffles mod of the channel.
I was given
I forgot
mod
about that.
by Achi, I think, just so that I could shout out Fika in a previous stream.
Oh, well, hey, you're doing your job and you're doing it well.
So that's my job.
That is your job.
Fika Freya, savior of OS, is back to streaming it. Took a break after playing solo queue once. Played solo queue once and then quit the game. But
right,
came
and
back.
Hey, can't blame her for that.
Can't blame her for that. Can't blame her for that. But came back, played some customs. Was like, wait, this game's way more fun when you play with your friends. It turns
right, and that's
out.
what I'm saying.
And that's what it's about. You just play with your friends, play with your pals. Solo queue. If you have the soul, if you have the heart for it, go for it.
Right, but I think if you have the heart and soul for it, I think maybe you might want to get your heart and or soul checked.
You might need to get your heart and soul checked.
It is crushing for both of them. Hey, soul check, everyone. How's your soul doing?
Fetch me their souls.
I'm the Flying Dutchman, and I eat souls for breakfast. Yum yum yum.
J Cross, Luna forward player, almost 300 games on the forward, but also just has almost 200 games in IME and Estelle.
Wowie!
So
this guy plays the game.
We got a grinder on our hands. It has really good win rates with those 3 characters. So
right, you can't ban 3 characters.
It's maybe if they only played those 3 characters, things would be going well. And maybe if we dropped the 100 games on Rune, and then you'd be popping off, and they'd be outside of Diamond. But J Cross probably going to be a pretty big player in this next one. Going to be interesting to see them come out.
Sounds like they're punching a bit above their weight here. But yeah, hey, and also shout out to Rune players, not for playing Rune in solo queue. That's no comment. But shout out to sticking to a character who is hard and awkward and like jumps between being bad to being good to being bad all the time.
You don't need to be a Rune player apologist. Rune is cringe, is the most banned at all elos.
No, that's
because no one likes to play against Rune. Because no one likes to play against Rune.
I like playing Rune.
If you're a Rune player, that's fine. That's okay. It's not that cringe. It's not as bad as being an Octavia player. There's definitely worse players characters you can be maining.
Yeah.
But it's you don't need anything. You're fine.
Yeah,
Keep playing Rune. Rune's fun. Keep playing your fun character. It's fun to play. Whether it be and you're okay. You don't need recognition. And I think as long as I'm hoping you know that. Nectar's was in chat earlier, I believe, saying something like if their Dubu isn't banned, it's all over. So I'm curious to see if Nectar's is the goalie or the forward, because C Cross has a lot of goalie games. And I'm trying to figure out is Nectar's is going to be the goalie with 508 Dubu games played.
Hey, well, actually, I would be talking like that if I had 508 Dubu games.
58% win rate. Is high plat currently, but did peak diamond last season. So that's important to note. Probably hasn't played as much this season. and rank's been all a bit different so far, and the amount of active players in it. But yeah,
You
people
can
still
say
showing
how
up
you
for
really feel.
tournaments.
Hey,
Solo
yeah, and
queue makes me
that's what I'm
want to
saying.
die.
Hey,
But
and
also,
I'm happy you're honest with us. Nice soul. Your soul's
yeah.
looking really good right now.
What's interesting, Nectar's doesn't have an Atlas secondary though. It only has the Dubu and has a Rune secondary. So that'll be interesting. I do expect the Dubu to get banned here. When looking at that, especially since Nectar's called it out and said if you don't ban the Dubu, it's all over. But on the other side of the team, this does mean I was wondering about Seacross, because Seacross is a flex player who has a lot
Ooh.
of games on goalie. In fact, this has Holy has over 600 games on goalie, I
Wow.
believe. Maybe almost 600, maybe a little bit less, but I think around 600 games on goalie, but still has over 300 games on forward, over 400 games on forward. So we have another grinder amidst us who's played a lot of
Yeah,
games. Likes to Kai forward.
the grinders are out in full force, and honestly, I'll step on my chatting box again. You can't stop me until you forcibly remove me. I think goalie players, if you play goalie and then take to the midfield position, you're probably gonna be pretty good. Midfield is just like playing goalie, but outside the goal box.
It's true.
then
It's
maybe,
good.
like-
It's good to have those skills. It's really important to
Yeah.
have those skills. And
Maybe pushing forward will be hard, but I feel like goalies are just mechanically better than most forward players. You kind of have to be, or else you get owned.
can
Welcome
be
to
true.
welcome to my takes from a week into the game. This is what
Hey.
people talked about at launch.
I don't think you're right, and they're not wrong. They're not usually wrong, but I'm just saying, count how many midfielders exist.
That's what I'm saying.
How many hands do you need? And, it's a hard
I'm
game.
scared.
This is a hard game. Mandrake
This is our game.
is a starter. Is also a Kai Aimee goalie player. Has the Luna too. Has a lot of just kind of picks. Probably not going to see that be targeted, I would imagine. Instead, will probably be one of the other members of the team. I want to look at J-Dog's core strike. I'm actually very interested to see.
Yeah, why do you do that? We're looking at the channel point prediction, and Shikari Chatters is heavily favored here. So allow me to rig the vote. If anyone wants to win big, take a bit of a risk. Everyone loves Dubu, is sitting at 16%.
Yeah, I forgot about this. J-Dog is the Juno one trick, but
Yep.
sorry. Yeah, I remember that because we did talk about it. We did say if Hotshots start, we might just ban Juno instead of the Octavia. But yeah, it is very good at the pick, to be clear. Very, very good at that Juno pick. But with the TF2 nub, it's going to be interesting to see who's playing what role, because I believe TF2 nub's more of a brawler player, but has mostly games on Rasmus Aimee, which are kind of like hybrid characters where they're kind of like Aimee's traditionally midfield, but plays a lot like how a brawler does in a lot of situations, and has to use cooldowns aggressively forward, usually towards the goal. So it kind of works as a brawler pick in a way. So Juno Aimee, for example, is not as bad of a comp as it might seem as first, but we'll have to see what happens. Everyone's in lobby, probably just waiting on one or two players before we finally head in to this next one, which I believe will be on Atlas Lab, as is shown up in front of us in this cool little band thing. Look at that. You can see all the bands, which team band, which map, and all of that. But Atlas's Lab, now officially Fudgy's Lab, as I like to call it.
I'm gonna
After,
in game.
Hey, I don't care that Vaughn was on ping. I don't care that he was lagging. Hey, I'm just saying they banned it. They decided they needed to ban Atlas Lab versus.
So we're going to Atlas's Lab of Atlas, in-game character, in-game striker that you can pick, not some player. Atlas's Lab, and I
Budgie's
like
Lab.
this map, and I like Atlas's Lab. It's a fun map.
This is currently my favorite map.
Yeah, hey, we've been talking a lot about launch. I remember back at launch when people hated this map.
I hated that. I hated it so much. I was like, this is such a gimmicky, stupid center thing. And
now it's one of the most neutral maps in the game.
Yeah, who would have thunk?
Who would have thunk? And I think in this case, that's not to say, haha, gimmicky maps. I think Atlas Lab is just a good neutral map. The black hole is something that can be used by both sides. Pretty neutral. I'm a fan. But here, interesting setup we got going on. The Juno will be banned, which is as we discussed.
This is a good Rasmus Brawler map too. This is a good Rasmus Brawler map. It's really good to get the barriers. You hit it into corner, your primary covers the whole corner.
Yep.
So that's helpful.
Whoa. I'm very glad we're seeing a swap off Asher Goalie because I wanna start a campaign against Asher Goalie. That pick is just no good. But Rune Goalie is epic.
It's been getting buffed a lot. I think it's okay if you know how to play it. I don't think it's better than most things, but the Rune does make a lot more sense, especially looking it as it is Nectar's second most played in solo queue.
That is true. Asher's been getting buffed a lot. My thought is I look at it and Asher doesn't have the same defensive tools as other melee goalies like Dubu and Atlas. Maybe on par with Erasmus goalie. Maybe a little better. But I feel like just lacking that defensive capability and lacking any sort of capability to push up.
And here we go. And here it is. It's kind of double brawler. Hey, look, there you go. Rasmus Bug still in the game, by the way.
Still in the game. Oh yeah, is that intended to be a Rasmus midfielder here?
Yeah, which I used to pick on this map a lot. I used to think it was really good. And then I was like, wait, I can just play Luna, and this is like way more fun and better.
Oh yeah.
So, but TF2 Noob is very familiar with this pick. Again, most played is this Rasmus. So I'm sure he's very happy to get it. But Mandrake loses both barriers, but both barriers lost by both sides this time. Dude, it's been so long since we've been in game. Holy crap, we're in the game. Let's go.
We're in the game.
Yes, twin drive start. Twin drive stack start. J-Dog the only one not to take twin drive. Great save, Mandrake. Played that really well, but the pass was able to get through. TF2 Noob not able to block it in time. That's going to be the first goal.
Yeah, and just like that, scored up real nice. Mandrake making a crazy save there too, looking super impressive. I'm very happy to see their play, and I want to see more. I just like you said, I'm just happy to be in game. But Rasmus stuffing potential.
Who's that guy?
Mandrake, hey,
who's that? They have a third
Where'd that
forward?
guy come from? Yeah,
I
wow.
only have two. I thought you could only pick two. What just happened there? But yeah, twin drive eject button. How chill is that? Just going to be able to.
Chill is that?
You're going to have that secondary up so often. It's going to be such a presence in the forward position. Very good on this map as goalie. One for the damage, two for the forward pressure. We're seeing both
coming to get ready and four to go.
Instead. But yeah, okay, great clear. The move up, I like the eject to take up space, but J Cross almost makes a really good play, but Mandrake's ready for it. One barrier taken in return. The power play does not result in that final barrier being taken, and it will be J-Dog back online looking to receive a pass. And there we go. TF2 Noob's able to get past both forwards, and now, yeah, that's the problem with Rune Goalie, especially that secondary, is if you want to play aggressively, then you can no longer use your secondary very effectively, and that results in them getting scored on in the end.
Yep, it's exactly as you said. Rune Goalie secondary is so easy to put yourself out of position, and it's great for snapping back to the goal if you need to. But it's it's something you want to use offensively. You have the pillar to place down, but it is very tough. And there we see Nectars here just get blitzed. But a great core flip. We'll save against the impending Asher. Yeah.
A little bit of an X moment with I believe it's called Whiplash, moving it backwards instead of forwards. But Mandrake's ready. Mandrake's played with this Rasmus probably a bunch of times and knows that be ready for that. But see Cross with the Kai word, able to get that one through. but not going to be able to score. And now it's looking pretty. A lot of pressure going on to Nectars here. Might not have that many cooldowns. The primary is thrown out aggressively. But now it's Mandrake who's going to be able to keep possession of the core. TF2 uses his flip to get himself out of the hairy situation, but it might not be enough. J-Cross doesn't seem to have any cooldowns. Now it's J-Dog who has flip moving up, but the banish whiffs the core and it gets through. I have seen that one happen before. It's just so awkward. You're stuck in the animation. If you don't get the core, it's kind of all or nothing. But there we go. There we see J-Dog popping off once again. That's our 3rd place Westie Wednesday finisher. Doing some good stuff. Now challenger, by the way, is a low challenger.
Congratulations. Yeah, and just Shikara chatting right through, picking up Manu.
Ooh,
which,
interesting.
Yeah, interesting. I would have liked to see a 1-2. I'm going to keep it a stack.
I would too. I think it's a deny from the rune, but Hotshot is probably better on rune.
But Hotshot's a better deny.
But they might have, I don't know. It's also weird though, because rune pillars, when they aren't fully formed, can't even cover the entire barrier. But if you have Monumentalist, then it can just cover the entire barrier. So maybe they just didn't want to have to deal with that. But we'll see if the Hotshot ends up being better like it probably is supposed to be in theory. The extra speed is pretty huge. The nerfs are out though. Maybe the nerfs will matter.
Maybe the nerfs matter.
But yeah, oh my! Look how it's moving. The core might be moving slowly off that pillar.
Core's going just a little bit.
Yeah, able to put that pillar, just put so much pressure on them, and the forward's able to capitalize. As C-Cross, I believe, is eventually awarded with that goal. And it's J-Dog starting this one out.
Yep, it really comes down to, do you want the rune to be able to use the pillars to just... Oh my god, that was big. Aim on you. And do you want to see the rune pillars be able to cover the whole goal barrier? Or do you just want to see 500 rune pillars, all the time, every day? That kind of thing. And that's the decision that J-Dog had to make, and decided that rune pillar covering the whole barrier is worse to deal with. But hey, I guess you don't get the CDR if the pillars don't hit, so they're able to force out both of rune's pillars without having a proc hotshot, but still are just struggling to get this barrier here, while C-Cross is trying to push up and get this goal. And J-Cross just trying really, really hard to push it in. Oh, but that was a brilliant dime to C-Cross, who gets it in the top corner. Just sneaks it right past Mandrake.
Yeah, really good read. Knows the glitch pop is up. Aims around it. Mandrake not ready for it. Gets a little bit owned. And the Kai word is doing a lot of work. It does feel like although it is just double midfield, that the Kai tends to move forward and be more of that scorer brawler pick. But either way, double midfield, this is an interesting map for it. I don't necessarily think it's bad. I don't think it's weak, but it's definitely not traditional. It could be harder to get some barriers. They don't have the same KO pressure as the other team does. It is double brawler versus double midfielder in a way. It's just a pretty interesting matchup for this map.
Yep, I mean, this map does really well with KO comps, or just characters that can pick up kills. Kills the black hole. And so seeing this double midfielder comp I was gonna say be up 2-0 in the set. Hey, take it back, 2-1. Super interesting because everyone loves Dubu, just wants to core control their way to victory. And these double brawlers just kind of want to force their way through all of that, pick up KOs, etc., and not really have to deal with any sort of controlling the core. But we might be seeing Chikara Chatters come back and take another set off the back of this one.
Oh, interesting pass. Walks, oh no! The pillar kind of dashes into it and then gets KO'd, but really hard to react to that, and then really wants to finish that one off there. But the hot shot's ending up to be really huge, I feel like. It's helping the clears a lot. It's adding just so much forward pressure to the team. And not even to mention the CDR reduction being that much more. J-Cross gets a little bit greedy of the flip, or doesn't get greedy enough of the flip, but it doesn't matter. C-Cross is able to get there in the end. The pillar, what is interesting is that when you have a hotshot rune, you usually want to hit the core into your team's pillars because for that CDR and for that faster speed. But J-Dog, even without the 1-2 punch, is able to find the KO, and it looks like they're going to get this barrier off of it as well. Mandrake does use the ult to contain as well, so they don't have it anymore. TF2 Noob almost owned goals, but it works out. Nectar's is now back online. TF2 Noob. Ooh, and look at that. That's what I mean. Just the random speed from that hot shot. This gives you so much more forward pressure. Just completely dimes up C-Cross for pretty much an unsavable goal, as I mean, with even the cooldowns just won't reach fast enough unless you get a read there. So tough one. But okay, a lot of stuff on the table.
Hey, that's a prime time for C-Cross here. Rewarded. It's super good, especially for Kai Forward, who is their premier goal-scoring, barrier-getting guy. Able to have 2 barrages is huge.
Yeah, and look at all these denies. They really don't want to deal with these upgraded rune pillars. They think they just don't want to have to deal with it at all. They end up taking the cast and the timeless over the extra special. And Nectar still gets extra special, which is really good on rune, but it definitely isn't as good as having very specifically timeless. The timeless Amy could have picked extra special, which is probably it's definitely just stronger. But the timeless is obviously is timeless on Amy weak. Answer's definitely no. But look at all this damage that's coming out. You think the brawler team would have more damage, but that's just not really how it ends up working out. Especially when you have like rune with banish. I don't even know if that ended up hitting, but there's the flip whiffing to not save the barrier, and J-Cross is able to hit that one in.
Yeah, a super clean play. Able to confirm it with the Crystal Thorns. Well done. And yeah, talked about this double midfielder comp not having a lot of damage, but extra special rune now online means banish is coming out. I believe every 8. Oh no, that's the old cooldown. I believe like every 20-something seconds. Super often, banish does a ton of damage, and then 1-2 punch Super Surge Estelle with Twin Drive, just like a ton of a ton of utility in that secondary, and a ton of damage too with Super Surge 1-2. I don't know, Estelle can put out great damage numbers if you really spec into it, which is what J-Cross has done here.
It's working. It was working now, but now J-Cross is the one that's a little bit low. Rasmus says any 2 cooldowns, J-Cross should just get KO'd, but it's not happening so far. They was going for the scoring instead, which makes a lot of sense because they have so much pressure right now. But Rune's able to hold, especially with the help of that flip. Nectar is able to pilot this very effectively, the Rune goalie, but instead, this time the IME turret, the other creation that has timeless, is going to be able to hold. And TF2 no flip, but look at that! The blink, the Rose Warp, the newly nerfed Rose Warp, a slightly longer cooldown, is able to defend that one, able to get back in time, get the read in time. Mandrake able to barely grab the core of that one. It's really scary. It's a 2v1, but is able to react in time to J-Cross's option, and it doesn't matter, though. Just not able to hold this open goal versus these 2 scoring midfielders, really. And eventually just able to break through.
Yeah, their scoring potential is really, really high, especially for the comp that they're running. Without a brawler, it is impressive. But I don't know. I'm still thinking about that Rose Warp that saved Everyone Loves Dubu right there. It's super impressive. And
wow, what a strike war.
Yeah, it seems like Chikara Chatters are just having trouble getting their footing now. All this core control coming out from Everyone Loves Dubu, and just that scare from last game. I know being in situations like that can really hurt the mental. But hey, when you KO their goalie, who cares? Nothing matters.
Sorry comes out from J-Cross. Probably not. Hey, not much you can do. It's a hard situation, and J-Dog has stacks. It would have been really interesting if TF2 Noob, I think, also took stacks. I think they would have a lot of pressure, and that would be interesting. J-Cross. Also, I didn't talk about this earlier. Oh, okay. Holy C-Cross.
Yeah, hey.
Hey, Kyward showing off the level 10 ascended Kai.
Yeah, able to sneak it right through the timeless Amy turret too, which is super impressive. Sneaking it right by. Oh, it might be able to pick up Chrono Boost.
Yeah, Chrono Boost very crazy on this. The specialized also does quite a bit. It's also going to be doing more damage, which they've been kind of, again, like you're saying, J-Cross been specking into with the 1-2 punch, Super Surge, Siphoning Wand, Twin Drive. That's kind of
I
the
didn't even
high
notice
damage
didn't even notice the
stealth
wand.
pick. It's going to have a super long dash now with the aerials, which although was nerfed, which is kind of interesting that the aerials was nerfed because the aerials is really strong on the characters it's good on, like especially, namely Kai, Amy, Estelle.
Amy.
Those three just are so much stronger in those two than like anyone else. But wow, able to get through. I don't think Nectar's had strike up. Used it a little bit too early. And TF2 Noob's able to capitalize, and that's a very quick goal on the side of Chikara Chatters.
Yeah. Chikara Chatters looking to make a bit of a comeback down a set, especially after winning the first set. Kind of want to regain their momentum, gain control of the game, and are really just blitzing Everyone Loves Duber right now. That tempo swing on Asher is a game changer, and Chrono Boost gives TF2 Nub so much more mobility when the secondary is popped, and just more influence over where the core goes.
Yeah, and there goes the flip.
Yep.
Yeah, Twin Drive, having that dash more often, once again coming in huge. Just dashes through. And hey, if you can't get through their goalie, go through the midfielder.
That's what I'm saying.
I say that a lot, especially in Osas. But C-Cross, that's not actually real, especially against C-Cross, who I believe is, if that was the player earlier, who's like a million games on goalie also. Just kind of got stunned there and couldn't do anything. But look at that. C-Cross, once again, they just blitz through. 11-second goal. This time on the side of Everybody Loves Dubu. It's so hard. It's so hard when you don't have the same midfield tools as this team, as Everybody Loves Dubu has. And the Imi goalie doesn't have great ways of dealing with barrage. You don't have, especially if you don't have a lot of size, it's really hard to just kind of hold on to that core and find a way around it. But this time, all three are forward. Mandrake using the Twin Drive to go backwards instead of forwards without the eject button. Good clear. TF2 Nib really low, though. Gonna have to find a way through, but Mandrake gets a second barrier, just all on their own. Playing, that's power. Once they keep saying it, Twin Drive Amy with the eject button, it's kind of ridiculous. But TT,
yep.
Here comes J-Dog with the flip.
Oh.
He doesn't have an open angle, but doesn't, maybe the pressure will be enough. It isn't.
Whoa,
the specialized
my God.
training is able to send TF2 Noob flying, and that's the KO, but Mandrake's in position for that save. Able to save it one more time, but hits it in the wrong direction, or C-Cross gets the read, rather, I would say. And that's going to be another goal for C-Cross and the rest of Everybody Loves Dubu.
Yeah, Everyone Loves Dubu here, trying to seal it out quick. I've noticed that their team comp with the core control just wants to win as fast as possible and kind of deny the Chikara Chatters team comp win condition, which is, doing damage and KOing people. And the Amy goalie, does damage and KOs people.
There's the KO, but Mandrake is kind of lost right now. A little bit lost, doesn't have that, and they all get scared. They honestly, there's probably some ways they could have played that, but oh no!
Oh no!
That's not how you want to end it. Oh no! A little bit of a panic, probably trying to hold out for a glitch pop and aiming in that direction, and then doesn't, like, realizes that the strike might reach, then ends up paying it in instead of out, but. Really well played from Everybody Loves Dubu. Pulled out the Rune goalie, even though the Dubu was banned, it didn't end up mattering. Especially on this map, it was probably very good for them to be able to play that Rune goalie. As I believe it's pretty strong. I know some people disagree, but I think Rune goalies, that's probably one of Rune goalie's stronger maps. And C-Cross and J-Cross just kind of taking over the midfield, blitzing out the barriers, blitzing out the goals. 9 goals on C-Cross, really making it hard for Mandrake. Just being an absolute menace for Mandrake. Really, like in any 1v1 situation, it's just so hard to deal with the Kai. You can just hit it to any open spot in the goal and barrage, and it feels like there's so little you can do sometimes. But yeah, the comp midfielders holds out strong. 2 midfield players versus brawler players. Who's gonna win? I don't know. Chatting. But once again, really great game played from Everybody Loves Dubu. They will be moving on to the winner semis as Chikara Chatters are knocked down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, 07 gamers. Of course, you hate to see it end like that. Always rough, but hey, it was a really close game. And I think Chikara Chatters is looking like one of the best teams out there, especially that first set where they were just dominating. So I think they still have a great chance of qualifying, and I'm excited to see. I want to see them make it to the end. I want to see them qualify. They did really well. But in the meantime, Everyone Loves Dubu will be going on to face a Chikara X, who took out Cursed Gaming, which was one of the top-seeded teams getting a bye in the first round. So, really interesting to see that. Everyone Loves Dubu, another team getting a bye. Can Chikara X get the two for taking out top seeds left and right? I believe that's actually... Oh. I don't know if that's our next match or not.
Yeah, our next match will be Magical Meeps versus Chikara Pandas.
Ooh.
Which I'm very excited to see Magical Meeps. I believe the first seeded team in this tournament.
Yeah.
Who has Lang _, who's kind of I've had... Ever since I saw them in Knowledge Gap, I've been like, this is a player I'm going to have my eyes on for a while. Has pretty insane win rates in solo queue. Probably hasn't even played that much solo queue, but just picked up the game and kind of... That's like the kind of stuff when you see from a player early on where you think this player might just pop off and be insane.
Right.
Eventually. I'm trying to remember. They're really high ranked in a different game. I'm going to go figure out which game it is.
And go into the mines.
I'm going into the mines.
That's prodigy behavior. Showing up to a game and just like clocking in crazy high win rates from nothing isn't something you see out of your average everyday new player. And that shades of Blizzard activity, which pivoting into their goalie named Glizz Lizard, which goes so hard, will be holding it down for Magical Meeps here. And Poofed is their midfielder. I believe a sub for Amaria, who could not make it today. God rest. And so they've only played one match so far today, and won. So I'm interested to see what they can put up. Yeah. I want to see what they have. You don't get first seed for fun.
What's in their bones? I want to see what's
in their bones. Show me your bones, Magical Meeps.
I want to
see him.
Yeah, I believe Lang used to play a lot of CS:GO, maybe still does, and that could be it. I think it was a very, very high ranked CS:GO player, and so that like any game can transfer like the skills to be able to be good at one game. They don't even need to necessarily transfer over for just the ability to understand and get better at something at a certain rate is also like a very strong tool. Like a lot of players that are really good at one game, like someone who's like a pro CS:GO player could probably get really good at like League in like a year if they really put their head to it. See Jojo Pune, who's like a pro, he's the prodigy mid laner from NA who used to be a pro Fortnite player. So like that's a crazy pivot.
We love Fortnite.
Yeah, switches from Fortnite. So same stuff going on here, laying truly the Jojo Pune of Omega Strikers.
How real
Let's
is
see if that's real or if Lang is a fraud and everything I've been saying is wrong. And that's all decided with this one match.
True. And we're back on Atlas Lab. And I want to see what they ban. We're banning Julie. No more Julie. Chikara Pandas must have a Julie player. Which, hey.
Likely.
I really like all of the characters that Magical Meeps are hovering right now. I think Luna Zentaro Kai is a goated comp. That's not Zentaro. Okay, and we're back. And we're on board again.
And we're back.
And that's a Luna midfield on Atlas's Lab. Probably her best map, and just good character all around. Proof saying, I don't care about the nerfs. Put me in there. Seeing that Zentaro walked.
I love Luna Zentaro forward. I think it's so good. Zentaro's able to play a bit farther back to help with some of the core control that Luna lacks. And you're also just able to play together for KOs. Luna's able to finish. They're both able to finish off KOs in their own way, while also dealing a lot of damage in their own way. So it's just it feels very whole. It feels like a very whole midfield duo. And I love playing it, especially on this map where I think Luna's great.
Yep, I agree wholeheartedly. I also think Zentaro is really good on this map, and we're looking at a Super Surge 1-2 punch start. Poof going for the 1-2 punch, which Yeah, it's probably better than Super Surge on Luna, which is interesting, but I think I agree. You're getting about the same amount of damage as long as you put on a little bit of damage before your dash. And we see Grave Ghost coming in with the Vambrace in anticipation of this Luna Zentaro comp. Only team comp difference is that midfield. We're looking at Luna versus Estelle, and I think Estelle Zentaro is also a really strong comp. But I think I favor Luna Zentaro here.
I generally do. It is just hard because I think am I biased? Yes. I think Luna is a little bit harder to pilot. I mean, I play both of these characters, so I guess I don't really have that much stake in this anyway. But I think Luna is a bit harder to pilot. I think Estelle does have more scoring. Like, look, they have one barrier up right now. It's going to have more core control, but wow, Wolfmang able to hold that down. Lang slightly misses an angle, but really, Wolfmang hitting the strikes to all the right places. Is able to finish that one off, but there we go. Super Surge is not weak on Zentaro, able to get that one through. Also, earlier, I do agree with the 1-2 punch over Super Surge on Luna. I think it's really close, but you have to know how to use the 1-2 punch effectively. You have to be comboing your abilities together. Like, that should kill. That's the 1-2 punch that gets the KO there. I don't even know if that KOs otherwise. But wow, great shot, but great defense from Wolfmang. Really holding it down here. He's going to clear down now. This is the first point, by the way. Hits the center. Poofed is going to dash in, but isn't able to get the KO. What is fun about Luna is that you can tell if they have dash based on how they're posturing around the core and in the midfield. If they're moving directly up and down, especially, that usually means, like, if they're not moving forward at all, it means they know they don't need to move forwards. They want to direct all of their momentum, quote unquote, to go up and down. But great ultimate into the strike. Grave Ghost able to get the first goal.
Yeah, Grave Ghost using the Oni's Blade, bouncing it off the bumper, and hitting it in. Really well played. And both teams were just putting on an absolutely beautiful show that entire time. I'm very excited to see more as Chikara Pandas just blitzed Glizz Lizard right there. Oh my god. But Lang fires back. That's now two KO'd, or two staggered members of Chikara Pandas holding hands in the goal box for a moment. Just Kuroneko, no! That's the black hole. Grave Ghost going for a save.
Poof goes for the crazy. Yeah, now Lang staggered. Does have Super Surge though. Is able to avoid a lot of damage, but look at that pass into the rocket. Was probably like the rocket covered everything. It probably wouldn't have mattered, but it did like make it actual like super impossible for anything to get done there. And that's another point taken back. Here we can see the ultimate taken off Kuroneko. I expect Lang to just dump everything into Kuro. It is Kuro Reno, but
Kureno Neko.
You know, if I close enough though. I mean, honestly,
I went to read their name as they were dying, and I forgot that I could just hit tab. So hey, not bad.
And so it goes.
But,
Poof also went for pummelers, which I used to do a lot, but I just want to have slick kicks. I just want to be faster. With the nerfs though, it might end up being a pretty strong. With the dash nerfs, it's gonna be a bit harder to dash punch people without it. But look at that. Uses the dash, is not ready for it. It's so hard to see that stupid red little meter on Zentaro. I'll say I don't blame Wolfmang for that one. It's really tough, but that ends up resulting in a point being lost with a good play from Lang. Whenever I see Lang's name, I think of this TF2 player who now was also an Overwatch guy named Lang. I think he changed his name. He does a lot of other stuff now. I think he's Wyatt Rivers or something now. I think it's just his real name. But his name was Lang in TF2. And I always think of him when I see Lang. But okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I should not have talked about that.
Lizard right now.
Lizard. Just absolutely glizzed all over them. Like, just holy. Gets in there. Breaks through everything.
Deadeye spotted.
Deadeye spotted. It's going to be needed to be taken by this Kai. Wolfmang needs to take this. But a lot of options for Glizz Lizard. Takes the aerials. Was able to show how well they can fly in that last point. It's going to take it in. Whoa.
Ooh, hey, and congratulations to Magical Meeps for winning the game. Deadeye acquired.
Be over. It might not be. They've got
Deadeye
some
1-2 Luna.
Listen, they've got some stuff. Flight is going to be really helpful on adding more forward pressure. Has momentum boots versus Glizz Lizard's aerials. So now his aerial super surge, so it's going to be dashing extremely quickly.
Wow.
Yo, I got to watch that back because I got to see if Poof, like, I think Poof might have read the dash and then, or just like reacted to it and then was able to dash into him. Like, I think that was insane. I think something insane might have just happened. But yeah, gets the KO. Grave Ghost is already back, but both barriers are gone. Liz Lizard now is going to have to defend against the Centauro, but the strike is used too early. Doesn't have it for later when it's needed. It's so hard to defend against this Estelle plus Centauro. They basically have 2 Estelle beams at any time. But there's the KO. The damage is too much from this Deadeye Wolfmang, waiting for that strike, trying to play patient, but waits too long and doesn't recognize that Lang is no longer in the strike radius and gets scored on instead.
Hey, I'm gonna say I think that draft, that last draft, went exactly how Magical Beams wanted, and all 3 picked up their best that they had to offer. While Wolfmang picking up Fight or Flight, effectively getting slick kicks in the goalie position, really nice. And you know, all of their pickups for Chikara Pandas, good, but like, I don't know. I think Magical Meeps like overwhelmingly won that draft, and we're seeing that with how much damage they're able to put out.
Ooh, really good from Grave Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, keep going. I'm just
no, and
making
just
a
like
side comment.
Yeah, Glizz Lizard being able to defend really well. Lang just being able to put that out there. Not even an awakening thing, just dribbling off the bumper and putting it in. I don't know. If I were Chikara Pandas, I would be crying in the club for real, for real. They just have so much. Magical Meeps just have so much on their side right now. It's so hard to go against.
All right, Poofed also. I just looked up Poofed because I was interested to see how much they've played Luna. Has 38 games in solo queue on Luna as the most played. Is also just a super high win rate player.
Yeah, wow.
Who probably hasn't played the game much. I wouldn't be could be like a friend of Lang or something like that. That also comes from like another. I would not be surprised to see if it's like another CS:GO player or something like that. But really playing this Luna really well, and I've been like trying to figure out like, dang, it's not that many games playing this well on the Luna. So there we go.
Wow.
And that's the goal. Glizz Lizard walking up.
Glizzing out.
Glizzing out once again.
Yep. He puts it in like that, and Lang, I believe, once again getting MVP or whatever. It doesn't matter. That's perfect form on the board. Heavy Impact also buffed this patch, but perfect form is just.
Yeah, and he knows, and he knows that you just
he knows. Yep,
I've seen Centauros not take it, but hey, they'd be like, "Oh, Heavy Impact's pretty good." But no, this perfect form is like as good on Centauro as Deadeye is on Luna, in my opinion. In my humble opinion.
Perfect form is far and away Centauro's best awakening. Heavy Impact also really good, especially with the buffs, like getting up there. But
I love this cast, by the way. I might have been thinking about taking Heavy, but the cast the last aerial super surge eject button. Look how fast Kai is moving.
Let this guy fly.
This guy will be flying and will have that secondary up more often because of the CD reduction on eject button. So that's just so nice to have. Also looked like Lizard, who also has an insane win rate, but has a lot more games played than the other 2 on this team. So this team has they are looking like they could be extremely strong. Could be punching. I think they might be punching above their weight, and that could be a big deal.
Might be first seed for a reason. I think we're seeing it right now.
For a reason. And we are seeing it right now. Already a KO taken off. They lose the barrier for the KO, but are able to get both barriers back in return, which is kind of how they kind of want to play anyway. If they can get the goal here, get the stun,
wow.
And then Poofed is able to get the goal. They're playing so well together. Lane gets the stun, takes Wolfmang out of the play, and Poofed is able to finish it off. Just great teamwork from these 2 players. And here they go, another round, and they're going to need to find some adaptation. There's got to be something that Chikara Pandas needs to find in order to make this happen, in order to get back into this game. But that's 1 barrier lost. Although the flip ends up only dealing damage, it doesn't matter. And Poofed is able to find the angle to get a 14-second goal. Hey, UH Esports.
Yeah, UH Esports. It's Magical Meeps team comp just has so much mobility. Luna can dash in from whenever. Super Surge Centauro can just dash in from whenever. And once they're in there, in your face, it's so hard to deal with, especially as a Kai, who just doesn't have that many up-close tools. Like Barrage is great, Giga Blast is really good at getting it out, but they're on cooldowns that are higher than most other goalie abilities, and it's hard to get out, hard to deal with. And again, just like characters that are sitting there getting it through the midfield and then suddenly dashing the core right into your face as a goalie, you have to find a way to deny that mobility. But it's so difficult. As I say it, as I am yapping, Chikara Pandas are going off, and as I'm talking about how I'm yapping, Magical Meeps get the last barrier and seal it out just like that. A 3-0 victory. I think it might have been a 9-0 game.
I think game one, I feel like game one was a bit closer. Their set one was a bit closer. There were signs of life. And then after, I think they scored at least one. I want to check right now. Yeah, I think they scored one in the first. And that one was looking closer in general. But as soon as the damage scaled, it just felt like it was all over. Poofed, although only showing the least amount of redirects, was positioning in ways that I thought like, wow, this is like, they're positioning like really well around these offensive. Like they're covering, they're containing, they're doing a lot of things that I would do, and I was thinking that the whole time. I was thinking like, damn, Poofed is really good, but I expected this to like be kind of glazing laying the whole time. Not gonna lie, but Glizzard and Poofed, this whole team just going absolutely crazy, just really showing why they're first seed, like you said, putting on a bit of a clinic, one might say.
Yeah,
clinic.
What a clinic. Yeah,
surgical.
I don't know. Clean. Yeah, just sterilized. I don't know. It's I agree wholeheartedly. It just popped off so unbelievably hard, which is insane because Chikara Pandas were also just playing incredibly well. Again, like set one, they were going toe to toe with this team, and it feels just like last game where Chikara Chatters were playing really well, doing great work, but Everyone Loves Dubu just came in and power crept them. I feel like both these Chikara teams, Pandas and Chatters, are great teams that deserve to qualify, and just ran into these other, absolute demons in bracket that just, I don't know, knocked them out. Put on their own clinic, and just
might have been a sub too. I think Poofed might just be.
Yeah, and Poofed was a sub.
I think Amaria is their main starting like midfielder, but it wasn't even there. Poofed playing really well though on the other side, and I don't know. I'm gonna be watching that team for a while. I think if they all stick to it and keep grinding, I think they can do some pretty great things.
Yeah, Magical Beeps is a team to watch out for, doing again just beautifully. An absolute joy to watch. I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, and hey, and good news.
And good news,
Yoshi. It's good that you're at a loss for words, because that's going to be the end of our casting block. We are going to be moving on to some new great casters. So it was great watching Osas again. Probably be here next week. Also, love to be here. But until next, make sure you stay tuned, because matches are going to be coming in. It's going to be a short break, very short break, because matches are ready. They're ripe and ready.
They're ripe and raring to go. We're going to be seeing the qualifying rounds. So get hyped for that. In the meantime, we're going to be dragged back into the BestieInSlot house where we get our weekly feeding. And so I'm really excited.
All right.
It's a good day today.
But yeah, don't go anywhere. See you next time.
Hello everyone, we're back with the qualifying matches of the Omega Strikers Amateur Series Season 3. I'm here with Izanagi, and honestly, before we start, I have a question, okay?
Okay.
So your name's Izanagi, right? But
Yes.
in Japanese, it's Ichanagi, right?
Yes.
So,
Okay. You are
yeah.
correct. The reasoning for that is because we were actually trying to come up with a version of Izanagi in Japanese that was not taken. And so me and somebody else ended up finalizing on Ichanagi instead of Izanagi.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Because if you look at like all of Ichanagi, or if you look at like Core Strike and try to do Izanagi in Japanese, all of it is taken. Even Iza, Nagi, all of those, they're all taken.
Makes a lot of sense. We're gonna see the map bans soon. I think we're using a bit of a new system this time on the link because we're trying to make it easy to put it on stream, and it is on stream right now, but it's going to take a while for the teams to adjust to because it's not the most straightforward system. Each team needs to click on their own link, get into this lobby sort of thing, and then map ban. It's going to take a bit of time for that to work out. But before that, these two teams, Everybody Loves Dubu and Chikara X, do you have any familiar faces that you see in this lobby?
So I do recognize Magi Carp, and I also recognize Nectars because I actually used to play with Nectars on a different team for Osas. Way back when. We tried to get into qualifiers one week and we could not make it through. But I see some familiar faces here. I am not wholly unfamiliar with these players.
Oh, definitely. Oh?
I've also seen J-Cross and C-Cross a couple of times as well. I've run across them while playing either ranked or norms, but I recognize their names.
But the first ban has come in. No more Clarion Test Chamber, no Inky Splash Zone, pretty much as expected from this current ranked map rotation. There are 3 maps that people think are okay and 2 that are just a little bit too different, I think.
Inky Skill Zone and Clarion Core. Obviously 2 of the most competitively oriented maps. Anybody would agree.
Yep, it is definitely the Mario Party of Omega Strikers maps, as a lot of people would put it. The bans are coming in. It's quite scuffed, but we have the last 2 maps remaining. It will eventually lead to Oni Village, which is the least picked actually out of the 3 maps that people generally go to.
Completely understandable, because Oni Village is very interesting in terms of how you attack the barriers and how to position, because it requires a lot more ranged comps, and closer ranged comps that use like brawlers or even closer ranged midfielders really tend to struggle a lot. So it makes a lot of sense why Oni would be a common or very popular ban for map bans.
Yep. But now that we're on Oni Village, we're probably going to see either the Junos, the Estelles, generally some kind of ranged midfielder to support the stuffing brawler, or even double midfield. We've seen a few teams pilot that on this map. All 6 players are ready. We're heading right into Everybody Loves Dubu versus Chikara X, as there have been 7 Chikara teams in this current bracket. Only 1 is in the 2 winners qualifiers, but there are plenty that are still alive in the loser side. We're loading into the draft.
Okay, and here we go. Nectar's on goalie, picking up the Dubu. It's a familiar pick for him, and honestly, not that surprising. It looks like they're probably going to go with the Julie ban here. Understandable, because in this map, it's all about stuffing it through, especially on the top or bottom portion of those barriers, and a Dubu ban for the opposing team. Let's see. And it looks like Cross is going to be picking up the Kai. Nectar's going on Rune, potentially. And an Asher pick for Chikara X.
Yeah, and I'm really liking this double midfield setup from Everybody Loves Dubu if it is indeed the Kai and the Estelle, because Nectars will be pretty free to just defend a barrier. The Kai and the Estelle will be so threatening, especially if an X is picked on the other side. Quite immobile, so we'll have to see what the Estelle can do to support that.
Definitely correct, because this comp is just so short range, but it looks like they opt instead for Asher goalie instead of Asher forward, but they're still going to be having more trouble getting it around the Kai and Estelle. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yep, now Elo pushing up, looking for strike will win the barrier, taken very early by Chikara X, but will they be able to make it happen here as Nectar's getting caught out by the snipe shot of Mage Eye Carp. Elo in there looking for a bit of a strike to find a possible goal, but J-Cross and C-Cross in the midfield. This is the double midfield we were talking about. Elo in front of the net though. Good pillar, good warp by Nectars to stop it for now.
Very good coverage by Nectars, but it seems like he's running into the problem of getting okied by X, and a KO comes out. First KO of the match for Chikara X.
And importantly, Elo does not have to use flip there, is confident enough to win the strike war, saving that resource for the next round. This is a massive lead for Chikara X.
We'll definitely have to see how they make good use of that core flip. There's a lot of opportunities to use it, but...
Once again, Elo going in, great pillar by Nectars to cover the timing on a lot of possible core flips in that situation. Great banish as well, has a pillar, does not just let the core sit there. And now it's Mage Eye Carp sending it through. Elo in position yet again, but the strike ward this time won by Nectar's. Great positioning by the Rune goalie, but it's still getting beat up, has no meter to speak of. Almost KO'd. The KO is soon to come. Great pillar by Nectars though, still manages to save it, but a flip still defended by the side of Everybody Loves Dubu, but in the end, it will still be scored by Chikara X.
It seems like Everybody Loves Dubu is really struggling against this Oki strategy. In order to cut off the Oki, you really just have to make sure that they don't receive the core, but it seems like even with this double midfield comp, they're just having trouble getting it around Magi Carp.
Yeah, the side of Chikara X is kind of gambling, right? That their midfield can get it past double midfield, and so far, double midfield, as you said, has not been able to contain the core sufficiently. Zeko sending it through. Elo looking for the second barrier, but Nectars is there. Nectars is going to have to conserve this 1 bar of meter quite well against the X because the X is approaching. Banish will put on a lot of damage, but no follow-up from the side of Everybody Loves Dubu means Elo is free to just regen.
If they're going to spend their resources on the X, they definitely need to do it more consistently. If they just spend individual abilities, X is just going, or Elo is just going to get to regen constantly, and there's going to be no defensive pressure or even an opportunity to score, but Elo finds another KO onto Nectars. Nectar's really struggling with this Oki. Ooh, and an unfortunate angle sends it right past the core flip of C-Cross. First set going to Chikara X.
Really good angle by Elo. Draft priority as well on this character that scales so well. Castellast is available here. Of course, plenty of great picks available. The hotshot will be a huge priority for the midfielders, but that Castellast is just going to make Nectars' life so unplayable.
Ooh. Castellast Tempo Swing X is very, very scary, but it looks like Nectars will pick up a Timeless Creator, getting a little more defense, but I think even with Timeless Creator, he's still going to struggle a lot more up against this X. Already getting some good awakenings into rotation, and we'll have to see how he plays around these new awakenings.
Oh, but that has to be a blunder, right? J-Cross and Magi Carp both passing up the hotshot in favor of Missile Prop and Arrows respectively, and I think hotshot a little bit better than both of those awakenings here. But it will just be equalized. Both sides don't take it, which means Nectars has to be careful. Tempo Swing Castellast X is a bit of a menace. This rune will have even less of an ability to survive here.
Definitely, and if he burns his energy early on those X, on the X special, he will run out of energy a lot quicker. Preemptive evade doesn't really save him from anything.
Deco now defending with the primary J-Cross. Getting caught out by Magikarp though. Magikarp has been such a stalwart defender in this midfield, playing that second goalie, the midfielder, preventing a lot of offensive pressure from coming onto Seko and Neko in the first place. Magikarp now with a strike from the top side. Another goal scored. Chikara X are looking to steamroll this game despite the supposed midfield difference.
This double midfield strategy doesn't seem to be working. They're just not able to get it past Magikarp, not winning the strike wars, not winning those midfield interactions that they really need to in order to make this double midfield strategy work.
But a great pillar. Nectar's pushing up. Finally, the added offensive pressure will be the difference for that barrier. Nectar's now getting away from Elo, but the flip is available for this X. Does not even need it for the barrier. Both flips burned, and J-Cross wins the strike war against it, but the KO onto the X leaves a massive opening for Everybody Loves Dubu. They're pushing up looking for an opportunity against Zeko, but once again it's cleared away by the two members of Chikara X, and Chikara X continue to hold despite the striker disadvantage. The striker advantage is not played by Everybody Loves Dubu enough to even get that barrier.
They were very, very spread out there for even during strike advantage, and C-Cross is getting staggered here. Elo finding the KO on him. Let's see how Chikara X opts for their power play.
Very, very efficient. Magikarp on the top side, looking for the scoring attempt, getting the blink down and securing the goal. Another one to the pile that Chikara X has, looking very, very dominant in this qualifier match for the Osas finale. And now as the kickoff goes, losing the strike priority on the kickoff, Chikara X are just so dominant, fully in control.
They are setting the pace for this match, and an early core flip secures the goal, sinking it right between the goal barriers. Excellent shot by Elo, and that's the set. Magikarp is our MVP.
Yeah, Chikara X has been so willing, so proactive on those flips. She had a double core flip earlier, but despite that, just having the willingness to use that ability, and now it's a hard deny situation. You have to take away quick strikes and specialize if you're the side of Everybody Loves Dubu. This is Stell Musco, there we go, but bulk up is still available. Spark of Resilience is still available. The scaling is ridiculous. Goes for the big fish, sure. That's fine as well. This X is becoming a monster.
It didn't really matter what Elo picked up there. It was always going to be a good pick. I mean, from the options that were available, he just didn't have a bad option to take. And I think X is just going to be even more of a menace up in this scoring position.
Oh, but J-Cross managing to send it through the path splitter with all the hits, but Elo now with the strikes, getting the barrier, looking for the goal, putting on a lot of damage as well. Great pillar by Nectars to keep the play alive though. Once again, Magikarp sending it forward, and this Estelle, Magikarp has just been so much better at setting up these plays, sending it around the play, and keeping control of the core.
J-Cross and C-Cross just don't seem to be able to be cutting these passing lanes, winning these midfield interactions, and it's just Magikarp utterly dominating these midfield interactions over and over again, keeping it out of the goal box and everything.
I'll be real though. What does Everybody Loves Dubu have to do here?
They definitely have to just, with this strategy, they have to win these midfield interactions, or they can just opt for a KO on Magikarp if he stands too close to the edge, but he's just positioning so perfectly.
Now Elo once again threatening with the X. Maximus has the strike, has the spin, but it will not be enough for the goal just yet. The pillar does not fully form, however, Elo still sending it forward. Magikarp, no hesitation on the flip after the blink, sending it to the bottom side, and Chikara X are on qualification point.
Qualification point. This is do or die. Let's see if Everybody Loves Dubu can take it back. 0-2 comfort zone. Let's see if it's real.
We have seen those kinds of reverse sweeps from the brink of defeat on the tournaments in the history of Omega Strikers before, but it's a question, will this be one of them? J-Cross with the flip on the bottom side of pillar. Amazing from Nectars, but great core control from the side of Chikara X. They just send it around the entire play. And now the scattered offense from Everybody Loves Dubu cannot get it past Seko Neko and Magikarp. The strikes are patient. Elo is making so much space in the front here. Has a strike war situation, gets it past the pillar. And as the Barriers go down, flips available. The pillar blocks that one for now, but still the offense continues. J-Cross to C-Cross looking to control the core, looking to keep it away from the play, but again, Magi Carp is there to send it forward. Seko the Neko manages to defend as well. Not able to score. Our C-Cross and J-Cross are looking for anything on the barrier, but the dribbling is interrupted. The primary to the top side, and Chikara X qualify.
It just seems like everybody loves Dubu just didn't have what it takes. They just could not maintain possession of the core with their double midfield comp, which is what they needed to do. And honestly, at the end of the day, it just play better, win more. It's just how it is. Sometimes you get diff, sometimes you lose, and that's just how the cookie crumbles.
This Chikara X team is looking to go far in the finale or even in other tournaments as well, because they just look like a very well put together roster. They look like the teamwork is everything is just in place for them to succeed.
Truly, truly, and they showed off a dominant performance here, especially Magi Carp holding it down in those midfield interactions, taking advantage of just where everybody loves Dubu just is not, and able to just definitively get the core up to Elo, and from there it's just history.
Yep. Made it happen in a quite an efficient way too. The singular midfielder in Magi Carp. So basically, I heard you saying Magi Carp, and it's the Magikarp Magikarp joke.
Magikarp?
the Magikarp joke, right? I
True.
think.
Yeah.
But then is it Magi Carp or is it Magi Carp?
Magi Carp? I could not tell you. Magi Carp, potato, potato.
But after qualifying, they immediately drop 5 gift subs. Congratulations on making it though. Like Osas, there's a lot of teams in Osas. Being one of the 4 teams every week to qualify, especially from the winner's side, only 2 teams, is quite the feat.
Absolutely. They fought hard to get here, and they decided to be generous along with being able to qualify. Thank you so much for the support.
Right, but we're heading right into our next matchup. It's Magical Meeps versus Convergence, and I think Magical Meeps is the team that has impressed everyone the most so far.
Definitely, definitely. Not too familiar with the rosters of these teams. The only name that I really recognize is Groggy McFroggy, and we'll have to see how he performs, because I know he is an Octavia player. We'll have to see how he performs, or if he chooses to opt for Octavia even at all with the recent patch that dropped just today.
Yeah, Octavia taking quite the hit there, along with Castellas, the Awakening also not leaving the patch untouched. It is quite funny how they're on Thursday morning, so Osas players basically have no time to adjust to it.
Truly unfortunate, especially with those Octavia nerfs are gigantic, reducing her flow state, uptime, and also reducing the amount of speed you get passively while flow state is up. So we will have to see how they can play around these changes, and with demo also gone, we're probably not going to see as many double barriers as we did before, depending on what map they end up choosing.
Yeah, I'm so glad demo actually got removed, because for a while it was still in the current patch, and then someone reminded them and they were like, oh, and they removed it. Incredibly strong Awakening, also incredibly bugged Awakening. Getting double or triple the refund is ridiculous.
What do you mean? I should be able to take one barrier as Juliet with my full combo and then get my full combo back. That's definitely an intended interaction.
Obviously how the game was meant to be played, but once again, we're getting one of the usual 3 maps. This time it's Atlas Lab, and I think this has to favor Magical Meeps. They have shown that they can play Zentaro Luna on this map, and that's a scary combo.
That is a terrifying combo even to think about, because Atlas Lab, Atlas Lab is awfully closed off, especially with that black hole in the center. It really leaves not a whole lot of room to dodge, and more evasives will have to be burned, I think. Especially if, depending on the starting Awakenings, if we get something that's favorable for Luna or Zentaro, we will have to see.
Yep. And we're just waiting on Convergence to get in the lobby. The bans, yeah, completely as expected. But the last ban, importantly, was actually I forget. I can't check the order now. It's over. Wait, no, I can. Okay. I checked the order. Okay. Magical Meeps got the pick between the last two, and the pick between Night Market and Atlas Lab. Oh, that's a tough situation for Convergence to put them in, because it was only Night Atlas last, so they have to give Magical Meeps some kind of KO map.
Oh, goodness. Night Market and Atlas Lab both play very, very differently, but they're such close range maps that brawling comps tend to work a little better, especially a comp like Luna Zentaro. We will absolutely have to see how that combo performs in Atlas's lab.
But I think the channel point prediction is actually going currently in the favor of Convergence. People are Moth Honey fans, and Moth Honey has held it down in the past, and we are once again going to East servers. No central server weirdness this time. Should be getting into game any second now, as once again this matchup will definitely be interesting. Two teams that people rate pretty highly in this winners qualifier. The loser will have one more chance, but that there are a lot of sharks in the water in the losers bracket.
For sure, especially looking at the roster a little more familiarly. Let's see. Ooh, Chikara Panda is down there as well. We'll have to see who ends up winning this winners bracket or this losers bracket, but it's going to be an interesting show no matter who ends up making it to grand finals.
Yep, it will be very interesting. But we'll be definitely streaming all 4 of the qualifiers, of course. Here's to hoping that the losers bracket catches up in time, so we don't have to wait a ton or stream a match before and have the runtime go longer again. But right now, we're just waiting for one of the teams to ready up in game. Starting game's always the longest part. It definitely feels a little bit different when you're just sitting here. Oh, there we go. Everyone ready? No one has any excuses left, but these starting awakenings might prove excuses if it's something like Tempo Swing, and Magical Meeps, of course, with that KO comp that they've known to play, can dish out a lot of it.
Certainly. And we saw definitively how last game Tempo Swing managed to really dominate on the opposing side, because Elo was just sitting up in Nectar's face and really making it impossible to clear it effectively. When you're being pressured like that, especially with damage awakenings, it's difficult to play the game or really do anything at all.
It does look like a Castellast or a Chrono Boost has snuck its way onto the starters, though. The Octavia ban is very telling, as Convergence seems to have done their research, not wanting to play against the Zentaro Luna at all.
Understandable and entirely valid, because playing against a damage comp with Zentaro Luna sounds like a nightmare. You get dashed all the way across the map, and then Zentaro confirms the kill with ult. It is, by and large, probably one of the more toxic combos I think I could imagine in this series.
Convergence, however, with a bit of an interesting duo, Rune and Kazan. Have you seen those two in like both of them together in the forwards?
That has not been a combo I've ever seen. I'm interested to see how Convergence will pull it off. Very, very interested.
Immediately on kickoff, Kibby looking for priority on the core. Grog in the closed form, looking for the strikes, but Lang is looking very, very confident on this Rasmus. Though missing a strike. Now it's Grog in there looking for another pass, and yet again it's a little bit interesting, right? This closed form umbrella, the narrow strikes are both helping and hurting Grog right now.
So something that's interesting about Kazan in particular, his closed form strikes do have more power, but they also have an altered strike hitbox that makes it both simultaneously easier and I believe also harder to win strike wars. It's an interesting change-up that I haven't seen that many Kazan players take advantage of.
It'll be interesting as the core control pretty good from this Luna, but still Luna after all. No fancy speed boosts, no fancy multi-hits to get it past, as Grog looking to stuff it with the open primary, but it will be cleared away by the flip of Glizz Lizard. Poof now getting in the corner, still cleared away by Moth Honey, and there's a reason people are Moth Honey fans. This Dubu is holding it down. Kibby now clearing it away. Grog and Kibby advancing up the field, but a great flip to defuse any sort of pressure. Laying now, the most hyped player from Magical Meeps, going in to layered pressure with the Pendulum Swing, will finally take the barrier. The goal is open. Poof almost gets it, but Moth Honey has the reactions to make the save.
Moth Honey putting on their Asher cosplay, looking more like a Iron Wall than an Unbreakable Defender. Or looking more like an Iron Wall than playing Dubu right now.
Kibby now sent away by the Giga Blast. The pillar is counterproductive. The pillar is not what you want there, especially a timeless one, and unfortunately, it's too much of an obstacle for Moth Honey.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a rune moment.
Bit of a rune moment coming out, but so many more points left to be played. Poof taking so much damage, but this Kazan is playing full core control. Not looking for KOs much, but may look for one now. Has the open primary, has the flip, and that will be enough to take Poof off the map.
Some Kazans opt for core control, some Kazans opt for damage. It really just depends on the playstyle of the player. And more often than not, damage tends to win out, it seems like. But, ooh, an unfortunate KO. Looks like...
Yeah, speaking of damage, a lot of it is put onto that very Kazan. Glizz Lizard, though, cosplaying forward a little bit with the eject button and laying, keeping it in the corner past the Poof to the top side. Poof maintaining core control, but finally the hook from Grog will send it away. Despite the pendulum swing, it is still saved by Moth Honey. But once again, the center will prove to be a bit of an obstacle. Finally cleared, though. The Magical Meeps advancing up the field. Poof as well, trying to get a dribble from lane. The Crater comes out, but it's still not enough to get this barrier, as Kibby and Moth Honey, the double goalie, is holding so well.
A lot of the struggle of this map comes and tends to lie on how you can take advantage of the center, how you can move around it, or how you can use it to your advantage in plays. But it seems like Meeps has some solid knowledge on how to play this map.
Yeah, oh, but great clear from Moth Honey away from the pendulum swing. And as you were saying, as Lang sends to the top corner with the flip, yeah, it seems like Meeps are very intentionally breaking the center quite often. And I'm not sure if that's the best play. I think their comp could be like a little weirdly okay with the center closed, but against Rune, you definitely want it open.
Absolutely, because then it just cuts off the clear opportunities for the goalie. It just leaves them high and dry without really much opportunities.
Great flip ults from Moth Honey, not risking anything, but their health bar might be at risk here. Glizz Lizard with the flip. Flip from Grog is not in time, or maybe a little early. I think it was not in time. I did not check that. Close enough.
I think it was just a little bit early, but it seems like Glizz Lizard just managed to barely sneak it by. Some very solid awakenings up here on draft. Missile Prop, Dagger Swagger, Monumentalist, Spark of Rezel as well.
Yeah, and Glizz Lizard immediately trying to take away the possibility of being sat on by that Kazan completely. Luna, though, taking away the stacks on stacks. I don't know. It is a map where you get hit often, but that glass cannon does look quite powerful here. A returning awakening subbed out because of the removal of Demolitionist, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm. They removed Demolitionist, and in its place they put glass cannon because of the refund issue we were talking about earlier.
But Lang, even though the Kazan is the one doing the damage, taking a bit of revenge there. Now could be helping out on the defense, but has no meter available. One barrier will be taken. Lang looking for two, but Poof positions a little too far down. Still in there, Glizz Lizard pushes all the way up, and this Kai has been so proactive, so good in terms of offense for the Magical Meeps once again. And despite the assisting pillars, well, the pillar plays a big role there. Grog is having to basically solo offense.
It seems like Keebly just isn't stepping up enough, or at least isn't positioning as forward as they need to be in order to make some of these plays happen. And Grog is just having the solo 1v2 in the forward position.
Despite that, all the barriers taken from both sides, the double goalies of Convergence are holding. Grog now with the extra powered strikes, the glass cannon plus overtime plus closed form means the core travels so fast with these Kazan closed strikes. Once again, the flip has to be burned for Matani, sending it forward, but Glizzlizard has so much space to play with. All the players on the field are on the right side, and the goalie is KO'd by Ling. Matani is down, Glizzlizard passes it forward. The rune pillars are to be feared still, but one passing play could mean the end of this point. Will they need it? Oh, the flip has to be used with Glizzlizard. Good on point trigger there. Otherwise, the super powered strike from Grog would have scored it on the other side.
Glizzlizard really taking advantage of this eject button Kai, making sure that he is a part of the midfield interactions, and with Grog playing up 1v2, it seems like they just aren't able to get it up to him.
Oh, and that's so unfortunate. Tofu Fortress, weird hitbox sending it backwards. And now the offense continues. Poof stays alive despite the banish, stays alive despite the primary. The barrier is defended. Lang pushing forward with the hook, trying to displace Matani, but still defended. And the center KOs the forward of Convergence. Now Poof looking for an opportunity, still unable to do so. And Lang, just the core control coming out from Magical Meeps is ridiculous.
Meeps really holding it down with this Luna and Kai combination. They're able to win most midfield interactions, especially with Ghibli not really stepping up as much, and an unfortunate rocket will hit it at an angle that Moth Honey just cannot intercept. Really well played by Magical Meeps.
What a rocket! That caught me off guard. The sound wasn't even a sound. There wasn't even a sound cue when it hit the core and moved at the perfect, awkwardly slow timing to mix up Moth Honey. Now Poof has meter to play with despite the damage from the banished pillar. Can just shoot it forward here. Looking to get the barrier, gets it past Moth Honey. All the barriers open. The forwards advancing from the side of Magical Meeps. The flip burned with the special from Poof, and it's looking dire for Convergence here.
Oh, great pass up, and an unfortunate angle will actually secure Magical Meeps the final set, or the second set. I apologize.
Final point in the second set secured, and this is interesting. Deadeye's on the table, right? The rune has to deny it, but will the rune deny it? That's the question here, really.
We will. We will have to see, because it's definitely not a good awakening on Dubu. Moth Honey opting for the bulk up. Oh, that is not what you want to see. Luna, or actually Poofed, picking up the Deadeye. We're going to see a lot more KOs and a lot more damage. I think Grog might really be in for some trouble now, especially considering how he's been getting KO'd before. We'll have to see how Deadeye changes that.
Unfortunately, I think it may just tip the scales. We might be seeing an even more dominant set, but maybe if the KO is found, the Deadeye is not on the field anymore. And now it is just laying in the solo midfield. Ghibli and Grog looking for the barrier, but the dash is just short. But another strike is there. The additional size, I believe, on this Kazan doing wonders.
Size on Kazan is very, very important. It's almost the same strength, I would say, as size on Rasmus, because Kazan really values the size and already really values the longer strike hitbox from his open form. And his abilities also just scale really well with how large he is.
Has to watch out, KO'd, but it doesn't matter when Moth Honey does not pull the trigger on the flip. A bit of a Garfield moment there. You had burst, but still a bit of a brighter sign, right? Grog has gotten the damage, has gotten the core control necessary with that size, so maybe a bit of hope for Convergence.
We could potentially see a turnaround, but it is definitely an uphill battle, especially considering the most recent draft. But those quick strikes on Grog really helping with those midfield interactions. Moth Honey opting to keep the core in the top.
Oh, and once again, the pillar from Ghibli needs to push forward more. These defensive pillars have helped, but they've also hurt quite a few times now. That pillar is quite good, but the play is deflected away by the combination of Glizz Lizard and Lang. They're pushing it forward to Poof, setting it up so well at the secondary. Great the defense from Moth Honey, but it just feels like Convergence is permanently on the defense.
I'm telling you, it's because Kibli just is not either intercepting these passes or just not positioning in a manner that is conducive to their strategy, but a core flip from Glizz Lizard will send it straight into the bottom part of the net. And we are on match point. 0-2 comfort zone. Let's see if Convergence can make something happen.
Well, this situation before did not pan out the other time, but maybe this will be different with that KO. I think we're seeing more of the same dominance from Magical Meeps here. Looking for the pull on the Kibli to reposition, but Moth Honey now playing proactively. The goalie and the midfielder have swapped, and maybe this is the difference here, but now they're back. Almost a KO on the Poof, who stays alive despite everything. Walking towards the center of the field, not even KO'd. So many resources burned by Grog for that singular KO, which means Lang is free to play in this midfield.
We saw a bit of a resurgence there. They managed to find some good pressure there, but it was because Moth Honey actually stepped up and not Kibli. Ooh.
Once again, good banish coming out from Kibli, but not much found off of it. Lang advancing up the field still. The Timeless Rune Pillar will hold for now, but Moth Honey's taking so much damage despite having to flip. The central was so dangerous there. A few more inches on the Dubu roll, and that could have been a very, very dead hamster, but the barriers are taken. Convergence fighting back, but the hook is not the right prediction that time. Glizz Lizard making the clear, not sending it to Grog. Still defending from the side of Magical Meeps. And a great banish yet again, finding it, but still cannot find the goal. Good barrage, but Grog is there with the long strike to the bottom side. The first point in what seems like eternity for Convergence.
Just out of reach for Glizz Lizard's core flip, and I think he just opted not to burn it just on the off chance that even if he did catch it, there was still going to be a chance they could score. But that Deadeye Luna putting on more pressure yet again.
Look at that, Moth Honey had no meter until just now, just KO'd. And with the goalie gone, Glizz Lizard has flipped, can advance up the field freely, but a double banish stops it for now. The pillar will defend. Great clutch plays in the moment for Convergence. Quibbly still winning the strike war against Poof, and Moth Honey is back. They're still alive somehow.
Excellent defense from the side of Convergence. Let's see if they can take advantage of the fact that they just opened up a barrier, but Grog already really low on stagger.
Lang looking for the play. The pillar is once again good from Quibbly. Can they make something of this slight advantage here? Maybe a KO, maybe some offensive pressure, but Quibbly needs to position forward. Grog is alone in the midfield yet again. It's so difficult to play. This double goalie is holding, but Lang is just regenning in that time. The Kazan is being taken out in that time. Moth Honey needs a miracle here, and there is only Lang's pendulum swing. 3-1 in the final set. Magical Meeps have qualified for the finale.
That pendulum swing bringing down the hammer and sealing the fate of Convergence. It looks like Magical Meeps are going to qualify.
Convergence still have a life in the loser's side of the bracket, but that is still going for the moment. Magical Meeps can go do whatever for now because they're done for today.
Really unfortunate. It did seem like Convergence was really struggling with the midfield interactions. Grog was always consistently 1v2 or even 1v3 in the forward position. They just could not get the core up. Towards the end there, it seemed like Kibli was rotating back and actually covering the goal box, allowing Moth Honey to midfield a little bit. But even that little strategy swap, I mean, I think it was just too little too late.
Right, and it looks like we might actually be taking a bit of a trip to one round before the losers qualifier for Boba D's Nuts in Your Mouth versus Chikara Chatters.
What a name. What a name.
I guess I'll just send you the code because it is not our lobby this time.
All right.
We are simply visitors to this losers round 5 game. And
I mean, aren't we always kind of visitors, spectators, technically?
yeah. we're not really a part of the tournament.
We're just here. We exist.
Oh yeah, that's also why like my last tournament results are in beta because I've just been behind the scenes of everyone since then, pretty much.
Understandable. But hey, it really makes a lot of sense why all the tournaments that I've seen run with your name on them are always really well done. Gotta commend you.
It's not my birthday. We can't be praising me like we did Pudgy Waffles, you know? We gotta save that for next year when it really is
Oh,
my
okay.
birthday.
Okay.
But
Alright.
predictions going up yet again. Losers round 5 match Bobadee's Nuts in Yo Mouth versus Chikara Chatters, and I believe the sides are actually swapped here. Yeah. Okay, there we go. And we'll start whenever they start, which might be in a while. It's very interesting, right? Because Bobadee's Nuts actually DQ'd from winners. They were supposed to be our first stream match and didn't show up.
Interesting. Okay. I remember seeing something. I remember seeing a buy in the bracket, and I was like, wait, who ended up not showing? And as it turns out, it's one of our streamed matches in the qualifying rounds.
We're getting a bit of revenge. We were denied them on stream, but now we have them yet again here, and their opponent was the Golden Horde, who unfortunately fell in losers much earlier.
The Golden Horde, I definitely expected them to climb just a little bit further, but just unable to make it out of losers. Truly unfortunate.
Sorry.
I have to.
Oh, what were you gonna say?
Sorry. I have to ask though, who do you think is the favorite here in this upcoming match? I gotta ask.
So I have basically zero information on Bobadee's Nuts. So I would have to favor Chikara Chatters here. They're much more of a known quantity, so definitely have more confidence in them.
Understandable. I always root for the underdog. That is my thing. It's just the indomitable nature of the underdog. I'm always rooting for the little guy. That's why I'm a big fan of the O2 comfort zone.
You must have loved the Afrika Invitational then.
Oh, Afrika was some of the closest games I think I've ever seen. And I was biting my nails the whole time. Oh.
So it appears the teams have just realized they're going to be on stream. I didn't really tell them. I just joined the lobby.
Oh.
And expected them to figure it out, but they've realized, so maybe they'll hurry it up.
Sometimes you just have to light a fire and hope that it gets something done.
Alright, just waiting for them to finish up map selection. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Gonna see who Chikara Chatters lost to Everybody Loves Dubu. That's right. And are not set up for a rematch. They're on the other side of the losers bracket. We'll be playing Convergence if they win, but Bobadee's Nuts in Your Mouth has made quite the losers run all the way from losers round 2 up till now, so definitely going to be a strong opponent.
The underdog. And if they fought this far, they definitely have what it takes to win the whole thing. They just have to keep that indomitable spirit up and move forward unto victory.
This is like the second time I've said we're almost ready, but we're almost ready for real this time. The predictions are rolling in. The predictions were quite lopsided last time. I believe there was one massive predictor, and that just like tipped the scales completely. I personally would have favored Magical Meeps by a lot, but they had like 17% of the vote, so
Somebody got
definitely not a
paid.
good predictor.
Somebody got paid in Bestie Bucks dividends, it looks like.
Maybe some insider trading going on.
Maybe so, maybe so. We'll have to investigate that later because we are in to our match. It looks like Chikara Chatters versus Bobadee's Nuts in Yo Mouth.
Night Market. We've completed the trio. We went Oni to Atlas to Night Market, and the real question is, will we see Clarion or Inkies?
I don't think so. I do not believe we will ever see Clarion or Inkies in this tournament. It just seems like nobody really wants to play Mario Party in their Omega Strikers game.
I will say though, Clarion, I think, in my and most people I've talked to's opinion, the superior variant of the Mario Party map.
I would tend to agree. The water cannon on Inkies is just... Inky's skill zone, as everybody calls it.
And after the weekend, maybe some people will call it Bozo Splash Zone, but that's a story for another time, as we're loading in interesting comps on both sides. But I'm really liking the Drakkar pickup, a character that hasn't been, I guess, picked as often, despite being very good on these kinds of maps, the more narrow maps. Of course, Drakkar not the strongest character in the game right now, but still.
Definitely a little weaker than he has been before, but if we look at the starting awakenings, we have size on everybody. This is a big fish game.
I assume the other awakening lost to time, as size definitely a good pickup in terms of both the Strike Wars and the melee abilities, of which there are a lot in this match. I say a lot and then I realize there's only 2.
Definitely true. Looking at the comps, it looks like... Oh my goodness. Boba D's nuts in your mouth, opting for a bit of a unique comp with the Dubu Kai rune. Interesting. Very unique picks. We'll have to see how it plays out for them, because I've never really seen a comp like this. I'm gonna having all sorts of interesting comps.
Yeah, we saw an interesting comp with Rune last time, but this time I think it's much more coherent, especially because YB is playing so far up so well. Look at that.
Incredible. And these pillar placements are also pretty decent as well. Really limiting the clear options of Mandrake here.
But a great core stop by the primary of J-Dog, mixing up the timing against the goalie of Boba D's Nuts in Your Mouth. Lunare, I guess?
I could not tell you.
Names are very difficult.
It is the curse of the caster to have impossible names to pronounce.
I'll just assume it's Lunari because people love putting V instead of U. As YB gets in there, this rune so proactive. This is what we were looking for in that other game. It'll be interesting if they match up with Convergence here. But once again, a flip goes out. The goal not found. Mandrake has a tall task in terms of defending long enough for the offense of the Chikara Chatters to get going. But J-Dog will get the barrier. Oh, but perfectly positioned from the Giga Blast for YB. Perfectly set up. And Boba D's Nuts is just looking very coordinated this game.
Showing a lot more coordination with this rune than some previous contenders have. We will have to see how this pressure that they're putting on or applying is just going to work out in their favor.
Now flip available for J-Dog. J-Dog pushing up, but still unable to find the core. That is the issue with the Asher. If there is an issue with Asher, you are reliant on the core getting to you eventually, but not really converting the assistance from YB, being very good on the other side. The defense a little difficult for the side of Chikara Chatters. They're looking for the barrier here, but once again it's pushed forward by the barrage of Key Tempo. Toku Fortress blocks the flip, and in general the offense of Chikara Chatters just never has a chance to get going. It's just constantly interrupted by the rune, by this tie, and the midfield control that we were wishing for is there, but the Asher in front of the barrier will take it.
That's the unfortunate part about Asher, is that unless you can get the core consistently, there's not a whole lot you can do. If people just hit it around you, it's just kind of up to your midfield to win the interaction and get the core to you. But a barrage from Kai Tempo will actually send it into the bottom part of the net. Goal for Boba D's Nuts in Your Mouth.
I'm already tired of the team name, I'll be real.
I'm about ready to just start calling them Boba.
Yeah, it's been 3 points. 3 points too many. But J-Dog on the offense has gotten free reign with the core 4 a little bit, but the barrier will be taken on the other side. Kai Tempo setting up a lot of strike war situations with Mandrake. Mandrake winning them for now, but for how much longer is the question. The middle speed controlled quite well by the Chatters. That could definitely be a difference maker on Night Market, as a lot of top midfielders have described this map as extremely one-dimensional. You just go for the mid speed, you make a play, and you walk back to the middle speed.
It is interesting because this Night Market has been frequently called one of the harder maps to coach and also to just generally play around, because while it is one-dimensional, if you don't have that dimension down or the game plan downloaded, it can be very difficult to play in this map.
J-Dog, though, with the offense making it happen with that one opportunity that Asher was given. It's all evened up. It is 2-2 in this first set for draft priority. And there's a lot of overlapping power picks in this match. This Aimi and Asher are very, very good at denying the rune, and this Drakkar can deny the Castle Blast or the Chrono Boost if that is desired here. So some comps, like if you pick like Julie, Estelle, forget that thought. The defense has to come through from YB. The pillar blocks the flip for now. They cannot get the barrier though. Great defense coming out from the Chatters to the top side. J-Dog looking for a strike, but great stun from Lunare. Now once again a chance for J-Dog. The Fortress will come out. The Giga Blast attempted. Great pillar from YB to continue the attempt. TF tune-up on the bottom side looking to defend. Mandrake winning yet another strike war. Great cyber swipe coming out from the Aimi, but yet again J-Dog cannot get a hand on the core. The midfield will not allow it. The pillar will take the goal, and Boba will get the first pick.
It seemed like Chikara Chatters were starting to come into their own a little bit there. Mandrake coming up and using the Aimi turret to apply some midfield pressure, making some good decisions, but it looks like ultimately that Boba ends up taking it.
Super Surge will be incredibly good in the Manu, denied already from the Rune. Stacks on stacks, no heavy impact being denied here from the Drakkar. I don't agree with that at all though. Stacks was available, your Kai can deny heavy. You are kind of just picking that for fun, I think. I
think that was a gigantic blunder on the side of Boba. They definitely, I think, made a misplay there because, as you said, it could have been Kai who takes heavy impact and you get stacks on stacks for free. More defensive prowess.
And this draft, despite losing the set, is incredibly powerful for the side of the Chikara Chatters. Rune gets denied everything. They take the Manu, which is fine. They take the stacks on stacks, which is absolutely game warping on the midfielder.
Definitely, but a KO on J-Dog. Just some unfortunate positioning on under the Rune Pillar takes him out. Now it's a power play. Looks like 3v2, and Kai Tempo finds a good angle in the bottom barrier. Just not covered by either member of Chikara Chatters.
The passing plays have been good here, and I don't know. It's very, very interesting as Mandrake, TF tune-up, looking for a play, but once again, Lunare to the top side. J-Dog interrupts the play, creates an opportunity from thin air, pushing forward onto the bottom side. The particle accelerator backwards is not what you want from the Dubu Spectral, and Mandrake with the super surge is on the top side to cover with the core flip.
Oh no, the Dubu wall. Such an unfortunate ability. Usually you don't see the particle accelerator as much anymore, but that was the one time we saw it.
Yep. Much more selective in when it chooses to appear, but it's a little interesting, right? J-Dog and Kai Tempo battling it out in the midfield, but this double midfielder from the side of Boba is just absolutely terrifying.
Making very, very good use, just keeping it around J-Dog, not really giving him that many opportunities to score, but when J-Dog is given those opportunities, he's making good use of them.
Really capitalizing on those chances here, but the barriers are once again opened up in the favor of Boba, and there's not missing.
The passing plays are on point. They're just they're just not cutting these passing lanes, Chikara Chatters. They really need to step up in that category if they think, or if they hope to win this one.
And I don't know. It's really up to whether Mandrake can make the difference, and right there they do the glitch pop to interrupt the attempted clear from Lunare. TF2 pushing it forward. The no flips are expended. The barrier on the bottom side taken top side as well. Missed defense from Chikara Chatters as they struggle to send it forward.
High tempo now with the core flip. Let's see what he can do with it. They're not capitalizing enough on their opportunities, Chikara Chatters.
And YB, terrifying repeated offense on the bottom side. J-Dog gets the barrier though. Huge chance for the Chikara Chatters. J-Dog with the great dribble to the bottom side, mixing it up. The strike war won, but Lunare is there to recover, and it will finally be stuffed through by the primary and the strike. Chikara Chatters stay alive.
Not enough evade bar there to really evade clear it, and then just an unfortunate positioning. Looked like a bit of a scramble there, but Chikara Chatters managing to take it.
Alright, but once again the barrier is open. A tale as old as time, but J-Dog getting one barrier, Mandrake getting two. Huge chance. The flip available for the IME. J-Dog nearing a flip as well, but TF2 Nub has to get this forward before this rune scores. Kaidemba to the top side. The flip available to the bottom side around the pillar. Chikara Chatters hold on. J-Dog needs to get it forward desperately. In position now. Has the flip available, and Chikara Chatters clutch out the set.
Fantastically played by Chikara Chatters. It looks like J-Dog and Mandrake are starting to come into their own here. They're really dominating these midfield interactions, and it seems like this Drakkar pick is not panning out as much as we thought it was going to. Drakkar definitely a little weaker than he used to be, and it looks like J-Dog is going to opt for prime time. Bit of an interesting pickup, I think. Not really opting for the damage, but instead going more for core control. Timeless falling on to YB. That's going to be a little scary.
Yeah, the Timeless Rune Pillar will prove to be a mountain to overcome. The rune has already been so good for the side of Boba, but I think once again, a great draft for the side of Chikara Chatters. They get basically all of what they want. Mandrake with the hot shot will be terrifying in this goal box, especially when it comes to overtime, and both teams have the capability to stall it out until then.
It seems like Chikara Chatting has the draft advantage. They know what picks they want, but it seems like that Boba is just trying to control the tempo of the match. We'll see which comes out on top. Oh, and J-Dog manages to force it through Lunare, finding a good pass from TF2 Nub and just sending it right through.
It really feels like something changed after that last draft with these new awakenings. TF2 Nub just isn't missing these strikes anymore. The additional size, the double size, doing wonders for this Drakkar, who will only speed up. The banish momentarily stops J-Dog, but it's only for a moment as TF2 Nub just drops back to defend. The barrier not taken finally. A misclear from Mandrake will make it so, but J-Dog yet again pushing up. This Asher providing so much pressure solo.
J-Dog making good taking good advantage of these size awakenings, and YB finds a teleport onto the bottom barrier and sinks it right in.
Bit unfortunate for Mandrake. Went a little bit for a lazier clear. Sent it a little too far forward, and YB did not miss that opportunity. However, J-Dog on the top side looking to send it forward yet again. And high tempo now. YB banished the core to the bottom side. Great setup with the pillar, but yet again, it is just so hard for Chikara Chatters to get it out from the corner.
Ooh, and some really solid defense from Lunare will actually... Ooh! Mandrake catching it just barely with the core flip, but an unfortunate bounce, and the barrage will send it back into the top right corner. Set point for Boba.
Boba looking quite dominant despite the first point looking so good for Chikara Chatters. The meter is high though. Bit of an opportunity could be made here, but YB with the strikes is just absolutely controlling the game. Mandrake to the top side, looking for the cyber swipe. And once again, it is J-Dog left alone to do the offense somehow, some way away from YB. But again, the core goes back to the two midfielders. J-Dog with the chance, but it will just be cleared away by the Dubu.
Lunari is taking really good, clear options here, just sitting up front and making sure that the abilities just keep it from getting to J-Dog. Rolling, or Summer assaulting right onto J-Dog and just keeping the core away. Ooh.
Yeah, really, really well played here. The barrier's open. Chikara Chatters have a chance. They win the strike wars, get it away from the rune for now. J-Dog taking a lot of damage, but it's not quite enough. A missed strike, though, means that it is time for Boba to score. They're looking for it. J-Dog pushing forward, but the Tofu Fortress will halt him in his tracks. Lunari clearing across the entire field. Great pass down from Mandrake, but J-Dog's too low to make the play there. TF Tune-Up has to be the one to push it forward, but Kai Tempo has been ahead of the play every single time. And that's another set for Boba.
Those passing plays really juking out Mandrake, and there was just, after the core flip was burned, there was no more threat. And YB just sinks it right into the bottom bin. These awakenings, though, are very, very interesting. It looks like Tempo Swing, Perfect Form, and Twin Drive falling onto YB. YB picking up some very good awakenings. Chrono Boost onto Kai Tempo. And Tempo Swing onto J-Dog.
Oh, yes. Okay, they opt for Tempo Glass, and this is the right pick. Tempo Glass bulk, they can go into damage mode. If they completely switch how they're playing the game, look for a KO, this could be the Chikara Chatters making the comeback.
Very, very much so. Tempo Glass bulk up. Such a strong awakening trio. Seems like Chikara is just winning these drafts time and time again, but they just can't find the scoring opportunities that they desperately need.
Unfortunately, the earlier prime time proving to be a tiny bit of an obstacle for J-Dog's burst damage, but it's okay because they're putting so much damage onto Key Tempo. This Kai taking a ton here. Lunari forced to roll, but J-Dog continuing to put on the pressure. They need this damage pressure. Mandrake is on the board as well. Key Tempo taking so much damage on this Kai, but once again, it's a 1v1 with YB, and YB will win the strike war.
YB really setting up some solid scoring opportunities and just sends it straight through the Imi turret. An unfortunate placement for Mandrake, but YB looking dominant on this rune forward.
Absolute domination here, but an opportunity for the Chatters. They're pushing it forward, getting it past Lunari. Even the Tofu Fortress cannot hold it for now. Mandrake has to defend, though. Top barrier looking a little scary. Almost a double barrier for YB. Slightly missed on the angle as J-Dog has the flip in front of the net to the bottom side and will not miss that opportunity.
Ooh, Kai Tempo didn't catch the core there, which means an unfortunate bounce, which just allows J-Dog to walk with it, core flip, and send it straight into the net. Really well played by J-Dog.
YB now to the bottom side looking, but still unable to make it happen. Gets the banish, gets a pillar, but nope. It is not what we want to see here, but the flip is available. Chance to make a play. Chikara Chatters has to desperately keep it away from this rune as Mandrake makes the clear to the top side. J-Dog picks it up, looks for it, burns the barrier, burns the flip, but cannot take a barrier on the other side.
Interesting, because it seems like the reason that Chikara Chatting is struggling a lot is because TF2 Nub just isn't winning this midfield interaction. Boba looks much stronger with Kai Tempo really holding down the midfield and allowing the core to get to YB, who finds another teleport and sinks it right past Mandrake, winning the strike war. We are on match point for Boba.
Match point for Boba. They're looking for it as Mandrake loses one barrier, loses two. YB in the middle of everything.
Oh!
But as that happens, we have some other news. We are DQing Boba.
DQing Boba.
YB is smurfing an Osas, which is incredibly cringe. Yeah. So Boba is DQ'd.
As it seems, Boba has been DQ'd. How unfortunate for smurfing in Osas, of all things.
Also,
I'll-
if you get banned for smurfing in OSAS, you're banned from basically every tournament in Omega Strikers, by the way. It's not worth it.
It is not.
Yeah. That's anticlimactic.
Certainly. Not the way I thought the game was going to end. Oh, yeah.
What that does mean, whoever predicted on Chikara Chatters is getting a fat payout. in the channel point predictions. But yeah, when you join OSAS and your account is 90% win rate, 11 game rune, 29 game era with 89% win rate, something's a little wrong here.
A little sus. 10 game gold rune player.
OSAS does have a rank limit.
Yes, it does have
that's
a
like the
rank
entire
limit.
point of the Omega Strikers Amateur Series.
What an anticlimactic way to end the game. And now we go back to our lobby, yes? Or do we just continue to use theirs?
Well, they're next up, so I think we continue to use theirs.
Okay. I definitely think with the upcoming game for Chikara Chatters that they definitely TF2 Nub I think needs to step up in the midfield a little more. Seemed like towards the end there it was just the fact that Boba was able to control the pacing, and with Kai Tempo running the midfield, it didn't seem like J-Dog was getting that many opportunities to score. But with this DQ, it seems like Chikara Chatters has secured their spot into Grand Finals.
Oh no, they haven't. They have to play against Convergence next.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
And that's on stream now. If you're in chat and if you're on Chikara Chatters, get in there. We need to get them in here.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, but we'll take a bit to get into the next match. We should get there in the end. The matchup is Convergence versus Chikara Chatters, and we saw Convergence earlier in their matchup against the Magical Meeps, where they kind of got damage comped, and they didn't deny Deadeye. What do you think will be different here?
We'll have to see if Convergence opts for either their own damage comp or continues to try and go for the core control route and see if that will secure them the win. It didn't seem to work the last time because it just seemed like they were, because of the damage comp, they weren't able to secure core control a lot more, and they just could not get it past the midfield line and get it to their scorer. Grog really struggling on his own in the 1v3. But we will have to see what strategies they adopt, be it more opting for more of a damage comp or changing up their strategy to potentially see an Octavia get in there and opt for more of that core control, but we'll likely end up seeing it banned.
Yep. And that's what's realistically going to happen, but it really depends on starting Awakenings, as you said. I don't know. I'm getting a little lost here. I think while we figure out the next match, I'm just gonna throw it to a bit of a break. So, see you in a bit.
All right, we will be right back.
Hello everyone, we're back with the final 2 matches of the Omega Strikers Amateur Series Season 3. This is one of the losers qualifiers, Convergence versus Chikara Chatters, and the other one will be Everybody Loves Dubu versus the winner of Chikarmi and Chikara Pandas. So, it's Chikara in both of the losers qualifiers, technically, so it'll be interesting.
Chikara in... there were 7 Chikara teams that entered, and now there are 2 within both of the losers qualifiers. What a way to get into the tournament. Definitely didn't expect the Chikara teams to climb this far, but they've shown that they want to win, they want to get in there and qualify for the Osas finale.
Alright, and the bands are coming in, no graphic this time, but Clarion is the first band to no one's surprise. Are you going to guess the next one?
I do wonder, maybe a night market or an Oni village. I think it's Inky Splash Zone. Nobody likes to play on that map, it seems.
It's most likely going to be Inky's, but I don't know. Team 2 in the ban order, because Chikara Chatters were the first ban, so Convergence can do a bit of a play here. If they leave Inky's up, they can bank on Chikara Chatters wanting to ban it to get their pick of the litter, but it's a bit of a gambit. It might not pay out.
They may end up having to play on Inky Splash Zone after all. We may get one Inky Splash Zone game in tournament, but I doubt it. Odds are leaning more towards probably not.
Alright, and Inky's and Night Market are the bands from Convergence, Oni and Atlas, the picks that are left here. It'll be... What do you think? Chikara Chatters are the ones who pick, so I don't know.
Between Oni and Atlas, I know which one I would prefer, and that would be Atlas's lab, because, like I said earlier, with Oni Village, you have to approach attacking the barriers a very different way. Be that either stacking up behind one another and using your cooldowns to force it through, or creating passing plays, which is more risky and harder to pull off.
But the ban is still not here. Chikara Chatters deliberating. 2 very different maps, 2 very different playstyles, probably even different team comps required from these teams, despite being an Osas. You can't underestimate Osas, because there are a lot of different team comps they can pull out. It's not just one tricks. You cannot just look at this, say, oh, it's low challenger, and be like, this is not going to be that kind of diverse gameplay, because we've seen a lot of different picks pulled out despite bans, despite different maps.
We have seen core control comps, we have seen damage comps, we have seen some that can adapt between both. It's really just a matter of what picks we see from both teams and what kind of synergies they have with one another. Because we've seen some interesting comps as well today. Some Rune Kai, and then on top of that we saw a Rune Kazan, which is definitely one of the more interesting team comps I've seen people run.
But it has appeared that it is Atlas Lab that is the selection here. Convergence liking that pick, I believe. I'm not quite sure how to think about it, but we'll have to see if Chikara Chatters can pull out a damage comp on this map, because that's what defeated Convergence last time.
If they can pull out a damage comp, we could see yet another repeat of Convergence's previous game.
But I'm not quite sure what Chikara Chatters will pick here, especially because their players, I think, don't really play the full damage comp nearly as much, so I'm not quite sure.
Who is your money on? I have to know. Who are your bestie bucks being spent on?
If I had to predict the team, I think Convergence, because I think Moth Honey will hold it down. I believe in the goalie.
You believe in the Asher cosplay. Let's go. My money was also probably going to go onto Convergence, because if there's anything that I know Moth Honey can do, it is hold it down.
Alright, as the teams... Oh wait, I forgot to invite you. Wait a second.
Oh, that's...
I know I forgot something.
That's kind of important. All right.
Yeah, but we should be getting in there shortly. The players are readying up, and it's gonna be a bit of a goalie showdown. I really think though Chikara Chatters could pull out the damage mode because we saw Mandrake play the Aimi goalie, and if J-Dog and TF2 pull out some damage characters for this Atlas game, that could swing it in their favor, especially because the side of Convergence depends so much on the turtling, the defense.
It definitely seems like Ghibli seems to sit more backwards and try to play a little bit of second goalie, which usually is not conducive, but if they can get the core up to Grog, they can potentially see some more scoring opportunities than they did in their prior game. But I have all the confidence in both teams. Very excited to see how the match plays out and what our starting awakenings are, because that will dictate a lot of how the game goes.
Indeed. Even now that we have map select, one factor of randomness is gone, but the starting awakening still game warping, basically shaping what people ban in ranked, of course. There's very little other information unless you know a certain player named the Joker is in the queues, or there's a surprisingly high number of IME 1 tricks more than usual in the queues or something like that. Other than that, it's just the awakenings in the map.
Can never ever be too certain, and with how much variance there is in striker pools between players, you never know what you're going to see next match. Especially in this match. We will have to see what each team drafts, how they want to play, what kind of strategy they opt for, and that all is determined from our starting awakenings, which last game we saw all Scythes.
Just waiting on one more player to ready up here, then we'll head straight into this Atlas Lab matchup, and I don't know, it'll definitely be interesting to see here. I'm really looking to see if Quibbly is the player to watch in this game. If they can be more proactive, enable Grog more, because that was what really, I guess, their main and only real shortcoming in the last game. Everything else was great.
It seemed so much that Ghibli was just not able to procure the rock to Grog, and that was a lot of the problem with Convergence's previous map. They just weren't able to get the core to Grog. We'll have to see if Ghibli is more proactive this game and generally takes a more forward-leaning position, because I feel that the cards are going to fall for Convergence if they don't find exactly that. But we are loaded in. Let's get to the players and the map.
Yep, and right off the bat, Convergence looking full damage mode right here. They're going to ban out the Juno from Chikara Chatters. I believe J-Dog is the notable Juno player on that side, but this Kazan Zentaro combo looks very scary.
We'll have to see which goes where. Ghibli haven't seen his Zentaro before, but I'm very, very interested to see how Zentaro midfield works out, because it's generally not a pick that I would usually go for.
Oh, and they immediately go off of that damage comp. They're going for healing now with the now. Even more turtling than last game, it appears, as this time it is Grog on the midfielder, Quibbly on the brawler.
An interesting role swap. We'll see if Quibbly can make some good scoring opportunities, because last game it seemed like in the midfield position they were just hurtling and on defense a lot, not able to procure the core actually to Grog McFrog, but we will have to see. And it looks like our starting awakenings are Peak Performance and Chrono Boost. I'm surprised we did not see. Let me see. What were the bans for both teams? I don't actually remember.
It was Juno for Convergence, and Chikara Chatters banned away the Octavia.
Ah, I see. Okay.
But as we load in, this Chrono Boost is going to do wonders for Grog. They're already pushing up so much more than before. No more fear compared to last game. And Moth Hunting to the bottom side, looking to send the core forward yet again. J-Dog has to be alone. Like TF2 and J-Dog have a little bit of speed to work with, but against this now with Chrono Boost, it just feels like nothing.
It seems like with Ghibli in this forward position, they're definitely taking a lot more goals, and Moth Honey just finds a really good strike, and seems like Mandrake just wasn't able to save it there.
Positioned a little too far forward, a little too far downwards. As this round start begins, Grog will soon have the ability to weather all of the damage that Chikara Chatters may put out, all of the chip, because despite not really being like a damage comp, the Asher, Aimi, and sorry, Rasmus's name escaped my brain for like 2 seconds. They do a lot of chip damage.
They do. It's kind of unsuspecting, but the damage tends to pile on more and more as they go through the round. And with their chip damage, they're preventing a lot of regen, which could add up over the course of the game, but we'll have to see how McFrog with his now pick counteracts that.
Will have to burn some kind of healing soon. Does not opt for it at all. Instead, Moth Honey is the one who unfortunately flips for nothing there, as Quibbly continuing to take a little bit of chip damage. Grog, though, so good in this midfield. Quibbly and Grog are just standing at the midfield line because they have the speed with this now.
Playing to Now's strengths, Grog, McFrog, and Ghibli both are. They're really taking advantage of this devastating speed gap, but TF2 Nub manages to clear it out.
Right. Grog with the speed now. Whoa, lags a little bit and unfortunately cannot capitalize on the very good offensive play, but Quibbly is still pushing up. The Pat Splitter, though, dangerous from J-Dog, confusing depending on the team colors. The blue team, Asher, has the redder one, while on the other side it's the opposite. But Mandrake, with the offensive pressure, has to be careful not to let the goal in cross map, as that now primary is continuing to be scary, but finally defused. Now Grog with the speed, wins the strike war flip from Mandrake, will stop it, but J-Dog pushing forward, looking for the barrier, cannot get it, but TF2 Up snipes it with the pendulum swing.
Convergence is definitely starting to look a little weaker here, but oh, another angle from Moth Honey will actually end up finding the goal. An unfortunate overtime into the log will send it right past Mandrake. Just too fast to react to, it looks like.
And this is just looking so good for Convergence. This is the comp that they're unlocked on. The previous one feels like a distant memory, as Moth Honey continuing to hold it down. As we've said so many times before, Grog stuck for a little on the Tofu Fortress, but still pushing forward. The core still controlled. Great primary by Grog. Did you see that second hit? And the core flip will be forced out.
An amazing primary from Grog McFrog, predicting the clear angle from Mandrake and just able to shut that completely down. Oh, Moth Honey with an unfortunate roll, though, does miss the core and loses the barrier because of it. And some good pass plays will secure another goal for the side of Chikara Chatters. Up into the top bin, TF2 Nub just finds a good angle that slips it right past Moth Honey.
It's so crazy how they managed to do it. Chikara Chatters managed to clutch it out and clutch out another barrier past the Tofu Fortress of Moth Honey. Despite the dude holding it down, despite the now, but as I say that, Grog gets one barrier, looking for two, as Moth Honey know the pressure from the two members of Chikara Chatters. Great proactive plays from Mandrake, and despite the deficit, Chikara Chatters go into this draft with an advantage.
Even in spite of this advantage, I still think Convergence looks a lot stronger than they did in their previous game. This role swap may have been actually just what they needed.
The role swap playing a part, but right now it is all on the side of the Chikara Chatters, as Mandrake gets a twin drive for free. Oh my.
Twin drive, eject button, Aimi. It seems like Chikara Chatters is going to have more midfield presence now than before, which was a lot of what Convergence's strength was. We'll see how Convergence can deal with this, with these new awakenings.
Mandrake now passing it up, looking, but TF2 Nub cannot get a hand on the core, and Quibbly just walks forward, covers all of the angles, and despite the draft, despite the twin drive, despite everything, Convergence are still managing to get this offensive pressure, but we're still starting to see it kick in a little bit. Mandrake sending the core forward yet again for J-Dog, who wins The Strike War wins the interaction with the primary and then the strike, but cannot get the second barrier defended away by Quibi dropping back. Grog looking for the primary, but the core is slow enough for Mandrake to just drop back. And once again, it is the Chikara Chatters holding on despite the loss of the barriers.
Chikara Chatters really putting on their best Asher impression, making sure that it doesn't go past, but a good strike from Grog will force out the flip from Mandrake. No resources at his disposal. He'll have to depend on his cooldowns.
Now Mandrake, the TF tune-up, the Strike War is critically won, but it is still defended away by Convergence. Both these teams so resilient. Grog does not get the flip timing, wastes it here. The passing play interrupted by Quibi. Once again interrupted. TF tune-up wins the Strike War though. Critical in front of the goal as Mandrake tries to send it forward desperately. Has the cyber swipe. Mothhoney has the hold in this open net. The passing plays do not come through as J-Dog tries to find a flip. Quibi will be the one missing it. And the stagger bars are low. J-Dog is dribbling up, threatening the use of that burst. But once again, the flip used early to the other side of the map, and Mothhoney is there with their own to stop it. Another flip burned. Flips flying left and right, looking like a fire-up start. And CS Tune-Up just wins a casual Strike War against the log. Mothhoney, a little bit too much confidence in that piece of wood. And the very long first point going to the Chikara Chatters.
Chikara definitely finding some good angles, some good opportunities, and while those flips were getting burned a lot, they were making a lot of pressure off of those flips. It seems like Convergence is just not able to keep up, and Mandrake with his eject button IME just putting on so much pressure on top of it that they really are losing out on their midfield presence like they had earlier.
Right, and now Mandrake in position. The twin drive activated, a much faster point for the side of Chikara Chatters. Feels like infinitely faster because all the pieces fall together for their composition.
Twin drive chrono boost eject button IME. She is able to blink across the entire map and create opportunities for her teammates. Mandrake really putting this IME pick putting this IME pick through its reins and using it to its full potential.
But on the other side, the offense is still strong for Convergence. They're looking to make this count as TF Tune-Up is forced to be the defender here. But the log is great from Mothhoney, incredibly proactive, forcing it forward. But J-Dog has flip available. Gotta watch out if you're the side of Convergence. This is not an impenetrable lead at the moment. Grog having the speed, winning the Strike Wars to the top side. And wow, that IME just alone in the empty net.
Mandrake just did not expect the Strike War lose. Sometimes you just always got to be prepared. And unfortunately, just not in place to catch it just that time.
As the next round starts, the offense, the momentum continues for Convergence. They get one barrier, looking for another as it goes right around J-Dog. The healing comes through, no risk of death for the side of Convergence at the moment. Grog with an amazingly patient Strike War, goes for the demon angle, goes for the setup with the primary, but it's not quite enough, a little bit too slow. And on the other side come the Chatters. J-Dog for one, dribbling for two, looking to use the core flip, but waits out the Tofu Fortress. Does not burn the resource here. Oh, but slightly missed times, it gets stuffed away. And despite all of that offense, they still hold.
Convergence really making good use of Mothhoney's strengths. She's able to just hold it down consistently and just absolutely dominate in the goal box, keeping it from 2 core flips, I think that was.
Now though, a flip comes out. Critical defensive flip for Mandrake, but cleared away by Mothhoney, but the barrier will still be taken. Mandrake makes the save, opens up an opportunity for the entire team. No flips available on the entire field. The Tofu Fortress will have a weird bounce. Oh, another weird bounce from the Glitch Pop, still cleared away by Mandrake, staying on top of the play as J-Dog desperately tries to advance up the field, but it is cleared away yet again. TF Tune-Up in position, but the stun will stop it for now. Mandrake trying to send it forward, brute forcing it through Quibbly to the bottom side. And despite everything, the Chikara Chatters find another set.
Chikara Chatters now looking dominant. All the pieces, like you said, are falling into place with this eject button IME dominating these midfield interactions. J-Dog able to find really good strike angles that Mothhoney just isn't expecting, or just having the cooldowns to force it past both Moth Honey and Ghibli really is unfortunate because it looks like Convergence are now starting to scramble a little more. But with these awakenings that we see on screen, extra special falling to Moth Honey, that will be great for her defense. We'll have to see how she can hold it down or if she can be the iron wall that Convergence needs them to be.
An iron wall indeed. Look at the awakenings. That's just incredible levels of defense enabled by that combination. And right now, just holding the bottom barrier, but has to watch the damage. The chip damage, as mentioned earlier, could be a little bit too much.
The damage that these three do is deceptively high. It's all chip damage, which means that they're not regenning passively whenever they're not being, or whenever they're out of combat, I guess. But it's really good how Chikara is just taking advantage of these little chip damage hits to make sure that they're always consistently at lower stagger.
Once again, the center is blown up. The damage goes on the side of Chikara Chatters, but that won't really be a factor in this game as J-Dog is in there, has Flip available. And Mandrake up to the top side. J-Dog in position with the flip, trying not to use it here. But a flip for Mandrake will be enough. A flip conserved. Another flip coming up for the Chikara Chatters. They're continuing to do this offense without burning too many resources.
Right you are, and this, like I keep mentioning, this twin drive Aimi is just able to consistently apply so much pressure. Mandrake just making sure that all the midfield interactions are won and that J-Dog can get the core and just do his thing.
Moth Honey now has flip available, but so does basically everyone else in this game except for Mandrake. Gifting up, sending it forward to J-Dog. Defensive flip burn from Moth Honey, but that Asher on Chikara Chatters is so scary. The barrier is taken. Quibi does have flip. Scary for both sides now, but J-Dog, oh, an opportunity as Moth Honey pushed all the way up, but such a confident roll from the Dubu, such a confident log. But the Total Fortress is not as confident and does get Quibi killed.
Oh, and a really almost finding the clear angle down to Grog McFrog, but the primary from J-Dog just manages to clip it and send it right in. Match point for Chikara Chatters. Let's see if they can close this out or if we get the infamous reverse sweep.
Quickly now looking to make the difference here with the Pat Splitter. But no pass will be split. An attempt from the now secondary, but it is not quite enough from Grog, and J-Dog is dominating in the field. A goal line stun from Moth Honey will extend the game for now, but for how much longer? Mandrake putting on the pressure with a twin drive. One barrier taken though. A bit of hope for the side of Convergence. Can they make it happen? They get both barriers. One play is all they need. The primary from Grog slowly rolls it into the net. Amazing coverage, and despite losing both barriers, they hold.
They hold for now, but let's see if Moth Honey can win this war of attrition. They're going to be wearing them down slowly but surely. J-Dog with this offensive pressure just able to take barriers so effortlessly, it almost looks like.
But once again, this time it's a little bit less savable. Despite all the heroics, Chikara Chatters continue to put on the offense. When there's a crazy play made by Convergence, the offense just continues from the Chatters, and they qualify through losers.
Excellently done by both teams, but it looks like Chikara Chatters just barely edged them out, and they weren't able, Convergence just wasn't able to keep up the pace. It looked like the role swap was just, it did help, but it just wasn't enough. It looked like the awakenings that were supplied to J-Dog and Mandrake just absolutely securing them the win. And while Moth Honey had some really good defensive awakenings, it just doesn't seem like it was enough.
Yep, and J-Dog in the chat saying that you can ban my Juno if you want, but Juno getting banned against this team is just another resource that the Chatters have. They nullify the opposing team's ban effectively.
All I'm going to say, Sai, is that there's a reason they're called the Chikara Chatters. We do some chatting. We do some mild chatting in this chat. We do some mild chatting in stream. It's alright.
Casting is just refined chatting at the end of the day. But with one Chikara team through, there's another, the Chikarmi against Everybody Loves Dubu in the other losers qualifier match.
Alright.
Any players that you know from these rosters? Any
What?
familiar faces? Oh wait, Chikarmi has Yachi Kicho.
Oh,
I'm
Yache
hyped.
Kicho.
I'm hyped.
Oh my goodness. I am extremely excited to see the performance from Yache Kicho. Oh, such a role-defining player, especially for Osas. We will have to see how they can perform, but I am extremely excited to see how the upcoming match will go.
Yeah, and despite not being like the greatest goalie in the world, Yache is one of the more interesting players to watch in the entire game because they play interesting characters. They played the Finny goalie for a while. I'm not sure if they're still on that, probably still playing a lot of Finny goalie, but generally they tend to play the more fragile goalies, the more offensive goalies, and that's just an incredibly enjoyable game to watch, especially when they're sitting in a qualifier match.
We'll have to see how those more unique picks will either be to their favor or to their detriment, because some of those more unique goalie picks can sometimes just be either too unorthodox, or they can be just the trick or just the key that ends up making the difference.
Yeah, they can be a very massive liability in terms of defense, but they can also be the difference maker on the offense, which is why it's such a volatile match when a player of such characters is involved. But on the other side, Everybody Loves Dubu. We've seen this team, and I think, especially if they pick a double midfield like they did last game, this could overwhelm Chikarmi because double midfield is incredibly dominant against fragile goalies, especially if they can get core control, they can pass it around, and it's just a tiny goalie in an open net.
Everybody, Dubu is definitely the more known quantity here, but I am very excited to see how Yache Kicho can maybe defend or possibly even outplay these double midfield comps that we've seen from Everybody Loves Dubu in the past.
Yeah. The map ban should be going shortly as the coin flip is coming through, but it's interesting. It's interesting to talk about. It's all East. Oh, wow. Okay. No central servers this time. Both teams playing on their preferred ping, probably 40 less than on central. Okay. So Everybody Loves Dubu has the first ban. Do you think it's going to be the first two bans being Clarion and Inkies again?
Absolutely. I don't think we've seen I don't think we're going to see a Inkies or a Clarion in this tournament. Because while both the maps are very interesting and very unique, a lot of the players' consensus about both of them is that they are not as competitively viable, with Clarion being a little more acceptable in the player base's eyes.
Okay, and Magikarp actually praising Chikarmi here. They faced off in a Chikara team kill in winners round 2, and Chikara X was actually the team to take out Everybody Loves Dubu. So if Chikarmi can do it here, then Everybody Loves Dubu is getting double eliminated by the Chikara teams, and Chikara will have 3 out of 4 spots from this week here. And Magikarp was pretty confident in the midfield of the side of Chikarmi, and as we expected, well, the usual bans came through, the final 3 maps remained, and this time it's Night Market.
Night Market, we haven't seen that map as much tonight. We've only seen, I think, 1 or 2 matches of it, but it has its merits and it has its downsides because it is a more closed off map, and with the speed zone in the center, it's really about who can maintain control of the core and take advantage of the speed zone in the center to set up plays, set up opportunities, and look for more diverse look for either damage comps or look for something along the lines of core control. It really depends on our starting awakenings, like always.
Yep, and I'm looking forward to how Jakarmi plays this map because, again, as we mentioned earlier, you have to play midfield a very specific way on this map if you're going to outclass the opponents. And if they're aware, then it could definitely be a huge factor in their advantage. But maybe a double midfield again will come out from Everybody Loves Dubu, and if they can maintain control of that center speed gate, that could be very, very dominant from them.
Yes, very much so, but the team name is Everybody Loves Dubu, but I'm thinking we may see, yep, another Dubu ban as it happens. It seems nobody loves Dubu in Osas.
But this team should rename to Everybody Loves Double Midfield because yet again, they hover and pick a double midfield composition. On the other side though, the Fini of Yachie Kicho banned away, opting for a different goalie this time. It might be the Kai, it might be something else. That could very well be a Kai midfield. It is the Aimi in the goal, indeed.
Very interesting comps from both teams, kind of opting for, with, it seems Jakarmi is opting...
Wait, no, I lied.
Oh.
It's Kai, it's not Aimi goalie. I've seen Yachie on much more Aimi than Kai, so I predicted wrong. That's my bad.
And it looks like our starting awakenings are Fight or Flight or Spark of Focus. With only one team member, that being Nectar's, on the side of Everybody Loves Dubu, opting for the Spark.
Oh, but that does mean Nectars will be dribbled around quite often. It is the one member you would want to pick that Spark scaling on. But Fight or Flight just gives you so much more speed to work with. It's double slick kicks effectively. And Spring Roll's already making full use of it. So is Skype as well to push up so fast.
It seems like Jakarmi is opting almost for like a hybridized double midfield with Rasmus and Aimi both able to swap almost seamlessly between the two roles. Rasmus, a very popular pick for forward players trying to essentially win in solo queue and with more coordinated team play, I definitely am interested to see how Jakarmi can pull it out.
Great defense from Yachie Kicho despite the slight misstep earlier, ejecting back when they really shouldn't have. The offense continues, but cannot find the barrier. The defense from Everybody Loves Dubu, this double midfield defense is holding strong. Spring Rolls getting chances, getting one barrier, getting two. The double barrier bounce is flawless, and Spring Rolls sends it in too fast for Nectars to react. What a play.
Spring Rolls with an excellent pendulum swing to bounce it up and down and hit it off that center barrier that really takes that double barrier and makes it as astonishing as it was. Solo Scythe finding a good cyber swipe onto the core, but nothing from the core flip.
Guys looking a little mirrored here. The Giga Blast coming out, one to attack, one to defend, but the Aimi turret, the Firewall Sentry, still pushing the core forward, pressuring the center line as Spring Rolls looks for a strike war situation, but strikes a little too early. J-Cross, amazing snipe, will get a barrier back, but Spring Rolls has flip. You gotta be so careful, and the pillar, unfortunately, spells the demise for J-Cross is clear. Spring Rolls now looking for a dribble, but Solus Geist is not there to follow up.
Interesting plays. It seems like, unfortunately, Nectar's not as experienced on this rune pick, but a core flip will, or actually a Death's Touch from Spring Rolls will send it just a little faster than Nectar's can react to.
Yeah, it does not have any buttons available that the core speed continues because it's not technically a redirect. And once again, these pendulum swings, this glitch pop was ridiculous from Solus Skype. Amazing team play comes out. One barrier is traded back, but it's only one. The second one still holding strong. Yachie continuing to defend this one as Spring Rolls dribble sets up a play, goes around the pillar. The unstable nominally will not form in time. And 3-0 sweep in the first set for Jakarmi.
Spring Rolls with an absolutely dominant dribble play, absolutely like swerved the core around three members of Everybody Loves Dubu. Oh my goodness, and with the quick strikes pickup, we could see more plays like that. Yes, Spring Rolls opting for the quick strikes. We'll have to see what kind of cookage they can get out of this.
looking like a chef right now because it is the legendary combo of quick strikes and fight or flight. Ridiculous levels of control all over the map. The castle last is taken by Nectars. Maybe can put a damper on the excitement of Chikarmi with that banish, but it is looking so good. The stacks on stacks picked up like the absolute speed from Chikarmi will take over this game.
Definitely. They're opting for more of a core control comp than even Everybody Loves Dubu has opted for. They might just be able to out core control the double midfield, which is a startling premise to think about. Springroll's hitting it up to Soulless Scythe. Let's see how this play develops.
B-Cross and J-Cross, the duo has come so far, but on the final step till qualifying, they encounter the Chikarmi and Soulless Scythe, building up stacks. That goal won't even need it. Spring Rolls comes up from the bottom side, sharks the clear, and gets it in early.
This might be the coffin in the nail in the coffin for excuse me. This might be the nail in the coffin for Everybody Loves Dubu. This Spring Rolls just absolutely dribbling it past 3 members of them.
Now with the flip, will not find a barrier yet, and great conversion from J-Cross to get something back. But again, Spring Roll, so much speed to work with. And unlike the slick kicks, the fight or flight lets you get speed off of more than just your strike, and Spring Roll is using that to maintain speed so efficiently. Yache barely having to play goalie at all this game, just a few simple clears. It goes back to the hyper speed offense of Chikarmi, and once again Spring Rolls setting off. These rune pillars might be holding it down for a moment, but they'll need to basically be permanent to stop Spring Rolls here. Nectars gets the pillar, but the bounce is not favorable, right into the hands of, I've said this name like 20 times in the past 10 seconds, Spring Rolls.
Spring Roll's definitely the dominant force, almost able to hold it down himself, and really just absolutely, like, let's just be honest here, Spring Rolls is somehow managing to find these angles and be in the perfect position every single time.
Oh, and once again goes for an attempt, gets the life of the goalie, and now it's the 2 crosses in the goal. Spring Rolls continuing on the offense. The crazy bounce from the Giga Blast will not be enough. J-Cross mixes up their own teammate with that blink and the bounce off the center, unfortunately, and that means Chikarmi once again are heading to another quick draft.
Spring Rolls once again the MVP. Let's see what he can pick up, and there's some size awakenings. A very unfortunate thing for Rasmus. Spring Rolls really looking like he's unstoppable, and with this big fish pickup, he's going to win even more strike wars and be able to catch the core in opportunities that he wasn't able to before.
Yeah, and although Primetime and Twin Drive are incredibly powerful pickups from Everybody Loves Dubu, and the Bokup gonna hop in here as the last pick, not the end of the world. The double size aerials, just so much bis for Chikarmi, so much more control. And we haven't even talked about that hot shot from Yache, those Giga Blasts with the capability to send the core forward in an instant, so many more cooldowns, as it is just run up with the Firewall Sentry of Soulless Scythe. This IME hasn't been talked about as much, but it's just enabling so much of the offense.
Very true. Soulless Scythe finding some really good clears, or not just clears, but finding some really good passes to Spring Rolls, who's then able to take that momentum from Soulless and just carry it and catalyze it forward in a way that just has allowed Chikarmi to take the lead as dominantly as they have.
Blinking it again, so much more pressure being put on C-Cross with an opportunity, gets the barrier, wins a strike war, wins another, but we'll have to win one more. Wait, J-Cross with the blink forward to Twin Drive, the 2 charges is enough. The first point in the entire game, right, for Everybody Loves Dubu.
That is correct. That would be the first point for Everybody Loves Dubu. Let's see if this is the start of their turnaround. They have some good awakenings. Let's see how they can use them to the fullest of their capacity.
They're looking like the offense is fully coming online now. Spring Rolls, though, winning a strike war, but C-Cross is there to cover. The hook will pull far. I learned of the knockback ratio of the Rasmus hook recently, and it's ridiculous, by the way.
Yes.
I did not know that until recently. I think a lot of, like, I think a lot of players just don't pay attention to the numbers because they're so hard to like convert into real life values, really.
I am one of those players. I am a scorer player at heart, and if I feel like I do more damage, I do more damage. That's how it works.
It's so real. I recently learned that 40 power is approximately equivalent to like 15% harder. I don't know, but what I know is that spring rolls once again with the speed. That dribbling play is so simple off the bumper. Nectars just does not have the raw stats to keep up.
With this fight or flight, quick strikes, slick kicks Rasmus with Big Fish, he's able to catch the core so much more frequently. He's generating energy more quickly. He's just a monster on offense. And that's not to say that Chikarmi isn't really setting him up, but it's just he's able to just find these angles and these dribbles. A beautiful pass to Solar Scythe will actually just secure both barriers. And yet again, Chikarmi looking dominant.
I know why they lost one point here. It's so that we couldn't say or curse the reverse sweep from 0-2-0-2. That situation is no longer possible here.
It's no longer possible.
Clearing it away as, wait a second, J-Cross jumps at the opportunity. The blink is there, the Rose Warp hits true, and maybe they don't need the ultimate reverse sweep scenario if they could do it right here.
Who cares about the 0-2 comfort zone? I'm all for the 2-1 comfort zone.
Great power from Nectars up front. Disappears just in time for the offense from J-Cross. C-Cross with a follow-up. The barrier's taken so efficiently, but they have to get it past Spring Rolls here, who takes one barrier, looking for two. Soulless Guys will get the other. Has the flip available to the bottom side. The 50-50 Nectars, unfortunately, guesses wrong. And despite all of that momentum, the two barriers taken in an instant, Chikarmi do it even faster on the other side.
Do or die. This is match point for Chikarmi, and we will have to see if Everybody Loves Dubu can turn on their offense like they have in the previous points.
The offense coming forward, getting one barrier, but they need to convert it to two because Soulless Scythe is brutal, but a Strike War win from Nectars will clutch it out for now. J-Cross looking forward, the barrage, patient from C-Cross will get the other barrier. Huge opportunity for the side of Everybody Loves Dubu. They cannot let this 2-0 lead go to waste like it did last time. The flip burned from Spring Rolls. Amazing bait by ELD. Oh no, Nectars, not like that! And that will be the end of Everybody Loves Dubu for this particular week of the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. Chikarmi are the ones, the final qualifiers for the finale. The final game is now complete. Chikara take 3 of 4 spots today.
The Chikarmi. All of Chikara putting out some spectacular performances today, but especially in this last game, Spring Rolls, Yachi, and Soulless all just coordinating perfectly to just do the Omega Strikers standard, which is procure the rock to the forward, and the forward scores.
Well played to the Chikarmi. But Everybody Loves Dubu. They had flashes of brilliance. They got 2 barriers in a row twice. But the Chikarmi just struck back. Did not hesitate right after Spring Rolls. Got the dribble plays, a follow-up from Soulless, and it was just too much for the side of Everybody Loves Dubu to deal with. On the defense, the speed they picked up in the draft was so dominant. The combination of quick strikes and fight or flight, despite the quick strikes nerfs, is as strong as ever.
It definitely seemed like towards the end that Everybody Loves Dubu was starting to come into their own pace, but it just wasn't enough. It was too little too late. With the awakenings that they had, it was just not enough. They barely managed to eke out a win. An unfortunate own barrier from Nectars. You hate to see it.
And unfortunately, it is also highlighting why goalies do need a bigger character pool if they're going to compete, if they're going to make it, because this is Osas. This is not your platinum, not your diamond ranked game. Your goalie will get banned out, and if they don't have a secondary that's as good as their main, well, unfortunately, the ruin will have to come out. And as good as it did at moments, there were also moments where it was not shining as brightly.
Everybody's done it on Rune. You've owned Barrier, you've owned Gold at least once. If you haven't, you're not a Rune player. You haven't played Rune. I don't believe it.
But with that, that will be the end of week 2 of season 3 of the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. Still the most, I think the biggest tournament in all of Omega Strikers by far. It's not even close. Every single time it's hosted, every single time it gets bigger, I believe.
It's understandable because there are a lot of players looking for good opportunities to improve, and the novelty of getting to perform in a tournament setting with people in the community is not something that everybody gets to experience, which is truly fantastic that we have such a good community that all loves to compete as much as they do.
With 4 more weeks of Osas left in this particular season, plenty more chances to make it to the top 4 for the finale. That's where the prestige is at. That's where you can say, I was top whatever of these like 200 plus teams that participated in the regular season. That's just crazy.
And not only with that prestige, but there's also like just the bragging rights, the gratification that you are like, even if you like, sorry, a lot of the Omega Strikers Amateur Series is all about coming into your own, finding your ability, and seeing how much you can just improve, which is why we gate it from Diamond, or why we gate it at Diamond, so that every player gets an opportunity to shine, and that they're not being overshadowed by the best of the best.
And shout out to Seraphim for also doing that for the Challenger players, the Omega players who have not, sorry, the Challenger players who have not really been dominant in the tournament yet, because, well, that also holds true for people in Challenger, but unfortunately, it's kind of hard to slice up the stuff up there because there's so many, like, as you go up, the levels of skill just get shorter and shorter in terms of height. There's like so many bands between the average Omega player and the average like tournament top player. It's ridiculous, but that's enough chatting for now. Casters are indeed chatting today, mostly just me though. Anything you want to say to the people before we close?
I'm very, very happy with all the teams here, and I'm so glad that we had the turnout that we did. Thank you guys for having me, and thank you guys for being as receptive as you are, making me feel welcome as a caster. Thank all of you.
Yeah, shout out to Izanagi, Ichanagi, some might say, as well. That's about it. See you next time.